Hello and welcome back, everybody. It is Vexing Cat, and I will hopefully, knock on wood, tap tap, uh, be finishing Lord Byron today. Um, this this weekend is my 40th birthday, so there's tons of super young streamers out there in their teens and their 20s, and I'm like, I'm really late to the game, but do what you love and don't hold yourself back. And this last year, I decided I was going to start streaming and sharing my love of literature with people. And here we are, almost, 4 months ish, almost 5 months later. Growing community.
Happy birthday to the great librarian. May many more wonderful stories grace our ears with your wonderful voice.
And thank you. Thank you, Valis. I hope mini stories will get to grace people's ears too. Thank you, Higara, for um the hype train and the gifted subs. That's phenomenal. Thank you very much. Fammy, to be fair, you and your significant other are, young at heart. Well, actually, I think Squeaks is younger than me now I think about it. But welcome in. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the resubs, Panda. Yes, it's my birthday. Well, nearly. This is the last day that I'm 39, let's say. Um, we are going to hopefully, like I said, finish up Lord Byron's selected poetry. And one thing before we get started, I did want to show this. I have too many fingers and too many different pies of artwork artists. I've got a lot of different commissions that are going to be coming in like the next month. I'll be posting them on Twitter, and of course, if I can, next Wednesday I'll be showing some of them off. Aw, aw, that's so sweet. Thank you, Fammy. Thank you, Squeaks. Um, So one of the things that I had commissioned is as a couple of different emotes, one of which is this incredibly adorable blanket emote. You don't see the animation part of it here, but it is a like a dark blue blanket covered with open books. It's super thematic, on brand, and Yuki is the artist that is doing that, and it'll like go back and forth and flapping its arms in excitement. So it'll be really cute. I'm looking forward to seeing that one. Okay, I've got my birthday hat on. I've got wonderful people sitting here watching me read. Let's get started. Okay, let's go to. It's gonna be really cute. I'm really excited for it. Thank you, Higara, for the 500 bits. I appreciate that. And we just surpassed our all-time high of Hype Train level 2. Wow. Okay. Happy Friday. This is fantastic. Um which I have to tell you, yesterday started out pretty terrible, and by the end of the day, it was actually pretty great. I had won an emote. I got to talk to someone that's really important to me. Um, and despite my family's yes, it wound up being a pretty great day. I actually won an emote on another streamer's. She had one of those spinning wheels of like the people that sub to her, and like got I won emote. So soon I'll be having another emote done by another Tiger streamer, which if you're not already following Spacey Tora, I highly recommend her. Um, great, great artist, great content, a lot of variety of games. Can I get a shout out for Spacey Tora? That's Spacey with a Y. Anyway. we're going to return to the remainder of selected poems by Lord Byron. This last section of the book, which is about 70 or so pages, it's going to do some, I think it's all one word actually. I think it's like that, I believe. If it does it.
Beans.
Yeah!
How'd that sound? Beans.
um, so
Beans.
that is their alter ego, Spacey.
Tasty beans.
So they're
Love
a
the beans.
intergalactic space tiger. Um, like I said, they do variety streams. Um, super, super cute. Love their content. They have a chibi that is phenomenal, and then all of their custom emotes are just adorable, which I'm just in love with them. Anyway, oh, well, welcome in. Thank you, uh, John Hamd, I think. I missed the train. Oh, darn. Okay, let's get started, shall we? We've delayed for another 6 minutes, and I think, I have this beautiful author's work to finish today, and I'm going to have to pace myself, so do my best. So, we return to the selected poems of Lord Byron. This first, it looks like this is a multiple canto short play. This is Marino, Faliero, I think that's Doge of Venice. Actually, I've always wanted to know, what is the proper pronunciation of that word? What is a Doge? No! Oh well, we'll go back to it. A chief magistrate in the former republics of Venice and Genoa. Doge. Okay, Doge. I did not expect it to spell like that. That's the more you know. Doge. Marino Faliero, Doge of Venice. From Marino Faliero, Doge of Venice. Okay, why it repeats like that, I have no idea. But this is Act 5, Scene 3. The court of the ducal palace. The outer gates are shut against the people. The Doge enters in his ducal robes in procession with the council of 10 and other patricians, attended by the guards till they arrive at the top of the giant's staircase, where the Doges took the oaths. The executioner is stationed there with his sword. On arriving, a chief of the 10 takes off the ducal cap from the Doge's head. Doge. So now that the Doge is nothing, and at last I am again Marino Faliero. 'Tis well to be so, though but for a moment. Here was I crowned, and here, bear witness, heaven. With how much more contentment I resign that shining mockery, the ducal bauble, than I received the fatal ornament. Then I received the fatal ornament. One of the 10. Thou tremblest, Faliero. Doge. 'Tis with age, then. Ben. Faliero, hast thou aught further to commend, compatible with justice to the Senate? Doge. I would commend my nephew to their mercy, my consort to their justice, for methinks my death in such a death might settle all between the state and me. Ben. They shall be cared for, even notwithstanding thine unheard of crime. Doge. Unheard of? Aye, there's not a history but shows 1,000 crowned conspirators against the people, but to set them free. One sovereign only died, and one is dying. Ben. And who were they who fell in such a cause? Doge, the king of Sparta, and the Doge of Venice, Agis and Faliero. Ben, hast thou more to utter or to do? Doge, may I speak? Thou mayest, but recollect the people are without, beyond the compass of the human voice. Doge, I speak to time and to eternity, of which I grow a portion not to man. Ye elements in which to be resolved I hasten, let my voice be as a spirit upon you. Ye blue waves, which bore my banner, ye winds, which fluttered over as if you loved it, and filled my swelling sails as they were wafted to many a triumph. Thou, my native earth, which I have bled for, and thou, foreign earth, which drank this willing blood from many a wound. Ye stones in which my gore will not sink, but reek up to heaven, ye skies which will receive it, thou sun, which shinest on these things, and thou, who kindlest and who quenchest suns, attest, I am not innocent. But are these guiltless? I perish, but not unavenged. Far ages float up from the abyss of time to be, and show these eyes before they close the doom of this proud city, and I leave my curse on her and hers forever. Yes, the hours are silently engendering of the day when she who built 'gainst Attila a bulwark shall yield, and bloodlessly and basely yield unto a bastard Attila, without shedding so much blood in her last defense as these old veins, oft drained in shielding her, shall pour in sacrifice. She shall be bought and sold, and be an appanage? Appanage. Another word. Appanage. A provision made for the maintenance of the younger children of kings and princes. Gift of land and official position of money. Oh, they're just going to parcel off Venice to someone else as a gift. Wow. And sold and be an appanage to those who shall despise her. She shall stoop to be a province for an empire, petty town in lieu of capital, with slaves for senates, beggars for nobles, panders for a people. Then, when the Hebrews in thy palaces, the Hun in thy high places, and the Greek walks over thy mart, and smiles on it for his, when thy patricians beg their bitter bread in narrow streets, and in their shameful need make their nobility a plea for pity, then, when the few who still retain a wreck of their great fathers' heritage shall fawn round a barbarian vice of king's vice-regent. Did I? Again. Vicegerent? Vicegerent? More. Vicegerent. Gotta love learning new words. A person exercising delegated power on behalf of a sovereign or ruler. Vicegerent. Okay. Round a barbarian vice of kings vicegerent, even in the palace where they swayed as sovereigns, even in the palace where they slew their sovereign. Proud of some name they have disgraced, or sprung from an adulteress boastful of her guilt, with some large gondolier or foreign soldier, shall bear about their bastardy in triumph. to the third spurious generation. When thy sons are in the lowest scale of being, slaves turned over to the vanquished by the victors, despised by cowards for greater cowardice, and scorned even by the vicious for such vices, as in the monstrous grasp of their conception. Defy all codes to image or to name them. Then, Win of Cyprus, now thy subject kingdom, all thine inheritance shall be shame, entailed on thy less virtuous daughters, grown a wider proverb for worse prostitution. When all the ills of conquered states shall cling thee, vice without splendor, sin without relief, even from the gloss of love to smooth it over, but in its stead, coarse lusts of habitude, prurient yet passionless, cold studied lewdness, depraving nature's frailty to an art. When these and more are heavy on thee, when smiles without mirth, and pastimes without pleasure, youth without honor, age without respect, meanness and weakness and sense of woe, against which thou wilt not strive and darest not murmur, have made thee last and worst of people deserts. Then, in the last gasp of thine agony, amidst thy many murders, think of mine. Thou den of drunkards with the blood of princes, Genna of the waters, thou sea Sodom. Thus I devote thee to the infernal gods, thee and thy serpent seed. Here the Doge turns and addresses the executioner. Slave, do thine office. Strike as I struck the foe. Strike as I would have struck those tyrants. Strike deep as my curse. Strike, and but once. The Doge throws himself upon his knees, and as the executioner raises his sword, the scene closes. That's intense. What was that line? Entailed on thy less virtuous daughters, grown a wider proverb for worse prostitution. May your daughters be whores and worse. That's quite the. Your sons will be slaves and your daughters will be worse than prostitutes. That's go out with a bang of glory, I guess. That was intense. The Swimmer. From Tu Foscari. I'm going to say Act 1, Scene 1. How many times have I, cloven with arms still lustier, breast more daring, the wave all roughened with a swimmer's stroke, flinging the billows back from my drenched hair, and laughing from my lip the audacious brine, which kissed it like a wine cup, rising over the waves as they arose, and prouder still, the loftier they uplifted me. And oft in wantonness of spirit, plunging down into their green and glassy gulfs, and making my way to shells and seaweed, all unseen by those above, till they waxed fearful. Then, returning with my grasp full of such tokens as showed that I had searched the deep, exulting, with a far dashing stroke and drawing deep the long suspended breath, again I spurned the foam which broke around me, and pursued my track like a sea bird. I was a boy then. That's some really beautiful imagery. Like this boy swims out into the water, and feeling the brine kiss his face as he's swimming, And as the waves rise, he dives down. And I don't know if he was collecting sea urchins or clams or oysters, something, but he comes back up exulting with what he's captured. And then with a long suspended breath, again, I spurned the foam which broke around me and pursued my track like a seabird. He's continuing to hunt for whatever it is. He probably has like one of those bags that are like a mesh net that he's just shoving, oysters into. That's what I'm imagining. It's a really cute poem. Well, I guess that wouldn't be a poem. It would just be a short. It's not a canto, it's not a poem, it's not really a story. I think it's just conveying beautiful imagery, which over the course of this entire novel of his work has been prolific. He has such beautiful words, which, if you weren't here for part one of this series, Lord Byron was a prolific writer, one, but two, he was actually, I believe, married to and had a child with the daughter or the sister of um, Percy Bysshe Shelley, or no, Mary Shelley, Mary Shelley's sister, Kath. So he hung with some other prolific writers. Percy Bysshe Shelley, Mary Shelley, the writer of Frankenstein. I really need to cover Percy at a future date. Um, Good author. I've already decided what I'm going to be reading next week, and I'm going to go back to like an American author and just do a shorter novel, like a 2 episode. Let's see. Cain, a mystery. Oh, and before I forget, as a reminder, between poems, between cantos, sections, chapters, this book's kind of been all over the place. Be sure to hydrate, caffeinate, snack, do whatever you need to snuggle in and relax and enjoy. Let me grab my notes here. There. Perfect. Okay. Wanted to make sure I had my raid message info. I forgot to have it up, so give me a second. Cain, a mystery. Act 2, Scene 1, The Abyss of Space. Oh, Cain, I tread on air and sink not, yet I fear to sink. Lucifer, have faith in me, and thou shalt be born on the air of which I am the prince. Cain, can I do so without impiety? Lucifer, believe, and sink not, doubt, and perish. Thus would run the edict of the other god, who names me demon to his angels. They echo the sound to miserable things, which knowing not beyond their shallow senses, worship the word which strikes their ear, and deem evil or good what is proclaimed to them in their abasement. I will have none such, worship or worship not. Thou shalt behold the words beyond thy little world, nor be immersed for doubts beyond thy little life. With torture of my dooming, there will come an hour when, tossed upon some water drops, a man shall say to a man, believe in me, and walk the waters. And the man shall walk the billows and be safe. I will not say, believe in me, as a conditional creed to save thee, but fly with me over the gulf of space, an equal flight. And I will show what thou darest not deny, the history of past and present and of future worlds. Cain, O god or demon, or whatever thou art, is yon our earth? Lucifer, dost thou not recognize? the dust which formed your father. Cain, can it be? Yon small blue circle swinging in far ether, with an inferior circlet near it still, which looks like that which lit our earthly night. Is this our paradise? Where are its walls, and they who guard them? Lucifer, point me out the site of paradise. Cain, how, how should I? As we move like sunbeams onward, it grows smaller and smaller, and as it waxes little and then less, gathers a halo round it, like the light which shone the roundest of the stars, when I beheld them from the skirts of paradise. Methinks they both, as we recede from them, appear to join the innumerable stars which are around us, and as we move on, increase their myriads. Lucifer, and if there should be worlds greater than thine own, inhabited by greater things, and they themselves far more in number than the dust of thy dull earth, though multiplied to animated atoms, all living and all doomed to death and wretched, what wouldst thou think? Cain, I should be proud of thought which knew such things. Lucifer, but if that high thought were linked to a servile mass of matter, and, knowing such things, aspiring to such things, and science still beyond them, were chained down to the most gross and petty paltry wants, all foul and fulsome, and the very best of thine enjoyments a sweet degradation, a most enervating and filthy cheat, to lure thee on to the renewal of fresh souls and bodies, all foredoomed to be as frail and few so happy. Cain, spirit, I know naught of death, save as a dreadful thing of which I have heard my parents speak, as of a hideous heritage I owe to them, no less than life, a heritage not happy if I may judge till now. But spirit, if it be as thou hast said, and I within feel the prophetic torture of its truth, here, let me die, for to give birth to those who can but suffer many years and die, methinks is merely propagating death and multiplying murder. Lucifer, thou canst not all die. There is what must survive. Cain, the other spake not of this unto my father, when he shut him forth from paradise with death written upon his forehead, but at least let what is mortal of me perish, that I may be in the rest as angels are. Lucifer, I am angelic. Wouldst thou be as I am? Cain, I know not what thou art. I see thy power, and see thou showest me things beyond my power, beyond all power of my born faculties, although inferior still to my desires and my conceptions. Lucifer, what are they which dwell so humbly in their pride as to sojourn with worms and clay? Cain, and what art thou who dwellest so haughtily in spirit, and canst range nature and immortality, and yet seemst sorrowful? Lucifer, I seem that which I am, and therefore do I ask of thee if thou wouldst be immortal. Cain, thou hast said I must be immortal in despite of me. I knew not this until lately, but since it must be, let me, or happy or unhappy, learn to anticipate my immortality. Lucifer, thou didst before I came upon thee. Cain, how? Lucifer, by suffering. Cain, and must torture be immortal? Lucifer, we and thy sons will try, but now behold, is it not glorious? Welcome in, Sir Weeze, welcome in. Cain, O thou beautiful and unimaginable ether, and ye multiplying masses of increased and still increasing lights, what are ye? What is this blue wilderness of interminable air, where ye roll along as I have seen the leaves along the limpid streams of Eden? Is your course measured for ye, or do ye sweep on in your unbounded revelry through an aerial universe of endless expansion, at which my soul aches to think, intoxicated with eternity? O God, O gods, or whatsoever ye are, how beautiful ye are, how beautiful your works or accidents, or whatsoever they may be. Let me die as atoms die, if that they die. Or know ye in your might and knowledge my thoughts are not in this hour unworthy what I see, though my dust is spirit. Let me expire or see them nearer. Lucifer, art thou not nearer? Look back to thine earth. Cain, where is it? I see nothing save a mass of most innumerable lights. Lucifer, look there. I cannot see it, yet it sparkles still. That, yonder? Yea. And wilt thou tell me so, why I have seen the fireflies and fireworms sprinkle the dusky groves and the green banks in the dim twilight brighter than yon world which bears them? Thou hast seen both worms and worlds, each bright and sparkling. What dost think of them? That they are beautiful in their own sphere, and that the night which makes both beautiful the little shining firefly in its flight, and the immortal star in its great course, must both be guided. But by whom or what? Show me. Darest thou behold? And how know I what I dare behold, and yet thou hast shown not I dare not gaze on further. Lucifer, on then with me. It's interesting, that dichotomy there. Like, Lucifer is showing, I guess, the afterlife or eternity, immortality to Cain. And Cain is speaking of his father Adam from the Garden of Eden, and Lucifer, who, of course, in the biblical text writes, or is the person who helped cause the actions which led to their family being expelled from Eden. It's pretty fascinating, honestly. That, because there was Cain and Abel, and Cain is having this conversation with Lucifer, and it does bear the question that if Cain and Adam, like Adam, Eve, Cain, and Abel, were all immortal and could only die by being killed, it's an interesting idea. I'm not sure where that concept would have come from. We are on to Act 3, Scene 1, the Earth near Eden as in Act 1. Okay. Da-da-da. Enter Cain and Ada. Hush, tread softly, Cain. I will, but wherefore? Our little Enoch sleeps upon yon bed of leaves beneath the cypress. Cypress? 'Tis a gloomy tree which looks as if it mourned over what it shadows. Wherefore didst thou choose it for our child's canopy? Because its branches shut out the sun like night, and therefore seemed fitting to shadow slumber. I, the last and longest, but no matter, lead me to him. They go up to the child. How lovely he appears, his little cheeks, in their pure incarnation, vying with the rose leaves strewn beneath them. And his lips, too, how beautifully parted. No, you shall not kiss him, at least not now. He will awake soon. His hour of midday rest is nearly over, but it were pity to disturb him till 'tis closed. You have said well, I will contain my heart till then. He smiles and sleeps. Sleep on. And smile, thou little young inheritor of a world scarce less young. Sleep on and smile. Thine are the hours and days when both are cheering and innocent. Thou hast not plucked the fruit. Thou knowest not thou art naked. Must the time come thou shalt be immersed for sins unknown, which were not thine nor mine. But now sleep on. His cheeks are reddening into deeper smiles, and shining lids are trembling over his long lashes, dark as the cypress which waves over them, half open from beneath them to clear blue laughs out loud. Clear blue laughs out, although in slumber. He must dream. Of what? Of paradise? Ay, dream of it, my disinherited boy. 'Tis but a dream, for nevermore thyself, thy sons, nor fathers shall walk in that forbidden place of joy. Dear Cain, nay, do not whisper over our son such melancholy yearnings over the past. Why wilt thou always mourn for paradise? Can we not make another? Where? Here, or wherever thou wilt, wherever thou art. I feel not the want of this so much regretted Eden. Have I not thee, our boy, our sire and brother, and Zillah, our sweet sister, and our Eve, to whom we owe so much besides our birth? Yes, death too is amongst the debts we owe her. Cain, that proud spirit who withdrew thee hence, hath saddened thine still deeper. I had hoped the promised wonders which thou hast beheld, visions, thou sayest, of past and present worlds, who would have composed thy mind into the calm of a contented knowledge. But I see, thy guide hath done thee evil. Still I thank him, and can forgive him all that he so soon hath given thee back to us. So soon? 'Tis scarcely 2 hours since he departed, 2 long hours to me, but only hours upon the sun. And yet I have approached that sun, and seen worlds which he once shone on, and never more shall light. Worlds he never lit. Methought years had rolled over my absence. Hardly hours. The mind then hath capacity of time, and measures it by that which it beholds, pleasing or painful, little or almighty. I beheld the immemorial works of endless beings, scurred, extinguished worlds, and gazing on eternity, methought I had borrowed more by a few drops of ages from its immensity. But now I feel my littleness again. Well said the Spirit, that I was nothing. Wherefore said he so? Jehovah said not that. No, he contents him with making us the nothing which we are, and after flattering dust with glimpses of Eden and immortality, resolves it back to dust again. For what? Thou knowest, even for our parents' error. What is that to us? They sinned, then let them die. Thou hast not spoken well, nor is that thought thy own, but of the Spirit who was with thee. Would I could die for them so they might live? Why so say I? Why so say I? Provided that one victim might satiate the insatiable of life, and that our little rosy sleeper there might never taste of death nor human sorrow, nor hand it down to those who spring from him. How know we that some such atonement one day may not redeem our race? By sacrificing the harmless for the guilty, what atonement were there? Why, we are innocent. What have we done that we must be victims for a deed before our birth, or need have victims to atone for this mysterious, nameless sin? If it be such a sin to seek for knowledge. Alas, thou sinnest now, my Cain, thy words such impious in mine ears. Then leave me. Never, though thy God left thee. Say, what have we here? 2 altars, which our brother Abel made during thine absence, whereupon to offer a sacrifice to God on thy return. And how knew he that I would be so ready with the burnt offerings which he daily brings with a meek brow, though whose base humility shows more of fear than worship as a bribe to the Creator? Surely 'tis well done. 1 altar may suffice. I have no offering. The fruits of the earth, the early beautiful blossoms and bud and bloom of flowers and fruits, these are goodly offering to the Lord, given with a gentle and contrite spirit. I have toiled and tilled and sweaten in the sun, according to the curse. Must I do more? For what should I be gentle for a war with all the elements ere they will yield the bread we eat? For what must I be grateful? For being dust and groveling in the dust, till I return to dust, if I am nothing. For nothing shall I be a hypocrite, and seem well pleased with pain. For what should I be contrite? For my father's sin, already expiate with what we all have undergone? And to be more than expiated by the ages prophesied upon our seed. Little deems our young blooming sleeper there the germs of an eternal misery. To the myriads is within him better. 'Twere I snatched him in his sleep and dashed him 'gainst the rocks, than let him live to. Oh my God! Touch not the child, my child, thy child, O Cain! Fear not. For all the stars and all the power which sways them, I would not accost yon infant with ruder greeting than a father's kiss. Then why so awful in thy speech? I said, 'twere better that he ceased to live than give life to so much of sorrow as he must endure, and harder still bequeath. But since that saying jars you, let us only say, 'twere better that he never had been born. Oh, do not say so. Where were then the joys, the mother's joys of watching, nourishing, and loving him? Soft, he awakes, sweet Enoch. She goes to the child. O Cain, look on him, see how full of life, of strength, of blooms, of beauty, and of joy. How like to me, how like to thee, when gentle, for then we are all alike. Is it not so, Cain. Mother and sire and son, our features are reflected in each other as they are in the clear waters when they are gentle, and when thou art gentle. Love us then, my Cain, and love thyself for our sakes, for we love thee. Look how he laughs and stretches out his arms, and opens wide his blue eyes upon thine, to hail his father, while his little form flutters as winged with joy. Talk not of pain. The childless cherubs well might envy thee the pleasures of a parent. Bless him, Cain. As yet he hath no words to thank thee, but his heart will, and thine own too. Bless thee, boy, if that a mortal blessing may avail thee to save thee from the serpent's curse. It shall surely a father's blessing may avert a reptile's subtlety. Of that I doubt, but bless him nevertheless. Our brother comes, thy brother Abel. Enter Abel. Take a second to hydrate. Excuse me. Sorry. 1 second. There we go. A little bit better. Abel. Welcome, Cain, my brother. The peace of God be on thee. Abel. Hail. Our sister tells me that thou hast been wandering in high communion with a spirit far beyond our wonted range. Was he of those we have seen and spoken with, like to our father? No. Why then commune with him? He may be a foe to the Most High, and friend to man. Has the Most High been so? If so, you term him. Term him? Your words are strange today, my brother. My sister Ada, leave us for a while. We mean to sacrifice. Farewell, my farewell, my Cain. But first embrace thy son. May his soft spirit and Abel's pious ministry recall thee to peace and holiness. Exit Ada with her child. Where hast thou been? I know not. For what thou hast seen? The dead, the immortal, the unbounded, the omnipotent, the overpowering mysteries of space. The innumerable worlds that were and are. A whirlwind of such overwhelming things, suns, moons, and earths upon their loud-voiced spheres, singing in thunder round me as have made me unfit for mortal converse. Leave me, Abel. Thine eyes are flashing with unnatural light. Thy cheek is flushed with an unnatural hue. Thy words are fraught with an unnatural sound. What may this mean? It means, I pray thee, leave me. Not till we have prayed and sacrificed together. Abel, I pray thee, sacrifice alone. Jehovah loves thee well. Both. Well, I hope. But thee the better, I care not for that. Thou art fitter for his worship than I am. Revere him then, but let it be alone, at least without me. Brother, I should ill deserve the name of our great father's son, if I, as my elder, I revered thee not, and in the worship of our God, called not on thee to join me and precede me in our priesthood. 'Tis thy place, but I have never asserted it. The more my grief I pray thee to do so now. Thy soul seems laboring in some strong delusion. It will calm thee. No, nothing can calm me more. Calm, say I. Never knew I what calm was in the soul, although I have seen the elements stilled. my Abel, leave me, or let me leave thee to thy pious purpose. Neither. We must perform our task together. Spurn me not, if it must be so. Well then, what shall I do? Choose one of those two altars. Choose for me. They to me are so much turf and stone. Choose thou. I have chosen. 'Tis the highest and suits thee as the elder. Now prepare thine offerings. Where are thine? Behold them here, the firstlings of the flock, and fat thereof, a shepherd's humble offering. I have no flocks. I am a tiller of the ground, and must yield what it yieldeth to my toil, its fruit. He gathers fruits. Behold them in their various bloom and ripeness. They dress their altars and kindle a flame upon them. My brother, as the elder, offer first thy prayer and thanksgiving with sacrifice. No, I am new to this. Lead thou the way, and I will follow, as I may. Kneeling. O God, who made us and who breathed the breath of life within our nostrils. Sorry. Breathed the life, breathed the breath of life within our nostrils. That's some imagery there. That one's pretty. Okay. Okay. All right, focus. I can do this. It's just the imagery just okay. Who made us and who breathed the breath of life within our nostrils, who hath blessed us and spared, despite our father's sin, to make his children all lost, as they might have been, had not thy justice been so tempered with the mercy which is thy delight, as to accord a pardon like a paradise, compared with our great crimes. Sole Lord of light, of good and glory and eternity, without whom all were evil and with whom nothing can err, except to some good end of thine omnipotent benevolence, inscrutable, but still to be fulfilled, except from out thy humble first of shepherds, first of the firstborn flocks, an offering in itself nothing, as what offering can be aught unto thee, but yet accept it for the thanksgiving of him who spreads it in the face of thy high heaven, bowing his own even to the dust of which he is, in honor of thee and of thy name for evermore. Cain, standing erect during this speech. Spirit, whatever or whosoever thou art, omnipotent it may be, and if good shown in the exemption of thy deeds from evil, Jehovah upon earth, and God in heaven, and it may be with other names, because thine attributes seem many as thy works. If thou must be propitiated with prayers, take them. If thou must be induced with altars and softened with a sacrifice, receive them. Two beings here erect them unto thee. If thou lovest blood, the shepherd's shrine which smokes on my right hand hath shed it for thy service. In the first of his flock, whose limbs now reek the sanguinary incense to thy skies. Or if the sweet and blooming fruits of earth and milder seasons, which the unstained turf I spread them on now, offers, in the face of the broad sun which ripened them, may seem good to thee, inasmuch as they have not suffered in limb or life, and rather form a sample of thy works, than supplication to look on ours. If a shrine without victim and an altar without gore may win thy favor, look on it, and for him who dresseth it. He is such as thou madest him, and seeks nothing which must be won by kneeling. If he's evil, strike him. Thou art omnipotent and mayest, for what can he oppose? If he be good, strike him, or spare him as thou wilt, since all rests upon thee. And good and evil seem to have no power themselves, save in thy will. And whether that be good or ill, I know not. But being omnipotent, nor fit to judge omnipotence, but merely to endure its mandate, which thus far I have endured. Hey, Redbeard, welcome in. The fire upon the altar of Abel kindles into a column of the brightest flame and ascends to heaven, while a whirlwind throws down the altar of Cain and scatters the fruits abroad upon the earth. Abel, kneeling. O brother, pray, Jehovah's wroth with thee. Why so? Thy fruits are scattered on the earth. From earth they came, or to earth let them return. Their seed will bear fresh fruit there ere the summer. Thy burnt flesh offering prospers better. See how heaven licks up the flames when thick with blood. Think not upon my offerings of acceptance, but make another of thine own before it is too late. I will build no more altars, nor suffer any. Abel, rising. Cain, what meanest thou? The smoky harbinger of thy dull prayers. Oh, what meanest thou, Cain, to cast down yon vile flatterer of the clouds, the smoky harbinger of thy dull prayers, thine altar with its blood of lambs and kids, which fed on milk to be destroyed in blood? Abel, opposing him, thou shalt not. Add not impious works to impious words. Let that altar stand. 'Tis hallowed now by the immortal pleasure of Jehovah in his acceptance of the victims. His pleasure, that was his high pleasure in the fumes of scorching flesh and smoking blood, to the pain of the bleeding mothers, which still yearn for their dead offspring, or the pang of the sad ignorant victims underneath, thy pious knife. Give way. This bloody record shall not stand in the sun to shame creation. Brother, give back. Thou shalt not touch my altar with violence if that thou wilt adopt it to try another sacrifice. 'Tis thine. Another sacrifice. Give way, or else that sacrifice may be. What meanest thou? Give way. Thy God loves blood. Then look to it. Give way ere he hath more. In his great name I stand between thee and the shrine which hath had his acceptance. If thou lovest thyself, stand back till I have strewed this turf along its native soil. Else, Abel, opposing him, I love God far more than life. Cain, striking him with a brand on the temples which he snatches from the altar. Then take thy life unto thy God, since he loves lives. Abel falls. What hast thou done, my brother? Brother. O God, receive thy servant and forgive his slayer, for he knew not what he did. Cain, give me thy hand, and tell poor Zillah. Cain, after a moment's stupefaction. My hand? 'Tis all red and with... What? A long pause, looking slowly round. Where am I? Alone? Where's Abel? Where Cain? Can it be that I am he, my brother awake? Why liest thou so on the green earth? 'Tis not the hour of slumber. Why so pale? What hast thou? Thou wert full of life this morn, Abel. I pray thee, mock me not. I smote too fiercely, but not fatally. Ah, why wouldst thou oppose me? This is mockery, and only done to daunt me. 'Twas a blow, and but a blow. Stir, nay, only stir. Why so? That's well. Thou breathest. Breathe upon me, O God, O God. Abel, very faintly. What is he who speaks of God? Cain, thy murderer. Then may God forgive him. Cain, comfort poor Zillah. She has but one brother now. Abel dies. And I none. Who makes me brotherless? His eyes are open, then he is not dead. Death is like sleep, and sleep shuts down our lids. His lips, too, are apart. Why then he breathes, and yet I feel it not. His heart, let me see, doth it beat, methinks? No, no, this is a vision, else I am become the native of another and worse world. The earth swims round me. What is this? 'Tis wet. Puts his hand to his brow and then looks at it. And yet there are no dews. 'Tis blood, my brother's and my own, and shed by me. Then what have I further to do with life, since I have taken life from my own flesh? But he cannot be dead. Is silence death? No. He will wake, then let me watch by him. Life cannot be so slight as to be quenched thus quickly. He hath spoken to me since. What shall I say to him? My brother. No, he will not answer to that name, for brethren smite not each other. Yet, speak to me, oh, for a word more of that gentle voice, that I may bear to hear my own again. Enter Zillah. I heard a heavy sound. What can it be? 'Tis Cain, and watching by my husband. What dost thou there, brother? Doth he sleep? O heaven! What means this paleness in yon stream? No, no, it is not blood, for who would shed his blood? Abel, what's this? Who hath done this? He moves not, he breathes not, and his hands drop down from mine with stony lifelessness. Ah, cruel Cain, why camest thou not in time to save him from this violence? Whatever hath assailed him, thou wert the stronger, and shouldst have stepped in between him and aggression. Father, Eve, Ada, come hither. Death is in the world. Exit Zillah, calling on her parents. Cain, solus. And who hath brought him here? I, who abhorred the name of death so deeply that the thought of him poisoned all my life before I knew his aspect. I have led him here and given my brother to his cold and still embrace, as if he would not have asserted his inexorable claim without my aid. I am awake at last. A dreary dream had maddened me, but he shall never wake. Interesting.
Drink water. Become.
Well, writers write about all kinds of things and take inspiration from all over, including the Bible, apparently.
Don't forget to stretch!
Right? Religious fan fiction is always a fascinating genre in classic literature. It's true. Good stretch. Take a second to close out my laptop here. All right. Just a friendly reminder, between chapters, cantos, poems, yada, 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 which we just ended the one about Cain. Be sure to hydrate, snack, take care of yourself. I'm trying desperately not to look at my phone, but it's very distracting because I'm getting rapid texts from my mother about what her plans are for me for my birthday tomorrow. Um, let's see here. Give me a second. Okay. I'm not going to deal with that. um, gotta love it. Hmm. All right. Friendly reminder, hydrate, caffeinate, snack, do whatever you need to do to stay well rested. Well, thank you, Redbeard. Yes, tomorrow is the big 4-0. I am late to the streaming party, but, rather to be fashionably late than never at all. Yeah. Yeah. I think we're actually back to poetry rather than short plays. So that's kind of interesting. From the deformed, transformed. That's got a that's got a girth to it. Like that's the the from the deformed, transformed. Oh, Waldosis. Hi. Welcome in, Waldosis. Welcome in, everybody. Hi, Raiders. Uh, I think that is probably one of the largest. The Fear Demon Raid. Let's go, Wildy. Let's go, Wild. Fear Demon Raid. Oh my goodness. Welcome in. Hi. I know it's incredibly late there for you. So, welcome in. Um hello Raiders. Welcome to my library. If this is your first visit, I am Vexen Cat. I'm a retro tiger librarian. Excuse the hat. Tomorrow is my 40th birthday, so I wanted to celebrate mildly. I'm actually gonna go and do stuff all weekend, which I'm looking forward to. I read classical literature. In this case, I'm reading the selected poetry of Lord Byron. I also read a variety of poems, short stories, plays, and occasionally, when the whim strikes me as a variety, I play various video games. Feel free to take a moment to get settled in if you're going to stick around to listen. Hydrate, caffeinate, grab a snack, grab a blanket. This is just follower after follower after follower. Hello. Um, Tiny Waldosis, thank you for bringing your community over. 3754757. That I don't know what to call you. just just call you numeric, maybe. Thank you for the follow, Muella, Red Lethal Panda, Gamorius, It's Just Evie, Deuce Brickinson. This is thank you. Thank you all for following. I appreciate that. Um, if you need to take a break while doses, Tiny, take your time, go take care of yourselves. You guys have all been at it for a few hours now. So I appreciate you guys dropping in. I'm about to start the next poem by Lord Byron, From the Deformed, Transformed. Like I said, it has some girth to it. Okay, excellent. Thank you. It's always a surprise when people drop by. I appreciate it. Thank you. The transformation into the shape of Achilles. A beautiful shadow of Thetis' boy, who sleeps in the meadow whose grass grows over Troy. From the red earth like Adam, thy likeness I shape, as the being who made him, whose actions I ape. Thou clay, be all glowing till the rose in his cheek be as fair as, when blowing, it wears its first streak. Ye violets I scatter now turn into eyes, and thou sunshiny water of blood take the guise. Let these hyacinth boughs be his long flowing hair, and wave over his brows as thou wavest in air. Let his heart be this marble I tear from the rock, but his voice as the warble of birds on yon oak. Let his flesh be the purest of mold in which grew the lily root sun surest and drank the best dew. Let his limbs be the lightest which clay can compound, and his aspect the brightest on earth to be found.
And wow, your character looks stoned as fuck.
Elements.
That is
As
the
you.
that is the face of like 10 blunts. That is.
Check it out. This
If
is
this
from
is
one
10
of those
blunts,
horror
then how
games
many
you
is
play.
he? Like 5?
No worries.
Are
It
you
is.
haven't-
real?
It is.
This is like frat boy shit.
Okay, nice. That was a good one. That's a great clip, Wild Doses. I don't think I've ever seen Devour. I'll have to check that out. Elements near me be mingled and stirred. Know me and hear me and leap to my word. Sunbeams awaken the earth's animation. 'Tis done. He hath taken his stand in creation. Song of the Soldiers. The black bands came over the Alps and their snow. With Bourbon the rover they passed the broad Po. We have beaten all foemen, we have captured a king, we have turned back on no men, and so let us sing. Here's the Bourbon forever. Though penniless all, we have one more endeavor at yonder old wall. With the Bourbon we gather at day dawn before the gates, and together or break or climb over the wall on the ladder, as mounts each firm foot, our shout shall grow gladder, and death only be mute. With the Bourbon we'll mount over the walls of old Rome, and who then shall count over the spoils of each dome? Up, up with the lily, and down with the keys, in old Rome the seven hilly will revel at ease. Her streets shall be gory, her Tiber all red, and her temples so hoary shall clang with our tread. Oh, the Bourbon, the Bourbon, the Bourbons for aye of our song bear the burden, and fire, fire away. With Spain for the vanguard, our varied host comes, and next to the Spaniard beat Germany's drums. And Italy's lances are couched at their mother, but our leader from France is, who warred with his brother. Oh, the Bourbon, sans country or home, will follow the Bourbon to plunder old Rome. Welcome in, Hectic Dyslexic. Let's see. The next one is Chorus of Spirits in the Air. 'Tis the morn, but dim and dark, whither flies the silent lark? Whither shrinks the clouded sun? Is the day indeed begun? Nature's eye is melancholy over the city high and holy, but without there is a din should arouse the saints within, and revive the heroic ashes round which yellow Tiber dashes. O, ye seven hills, awaken! Ere your very base be shaken. Hearken to the steady stamp Mars is in their every tramp. Not a step is out of tune as the tides obey the moon. On they march, though to self-slaughter, regular as rolling water, whose high waves oversweep the border of huge moles, but keep their order. Break only rank by rank. Hearken to the armorer's clank. Look down over each frowning warrior, how he glares upon the barrier. Look on each step of each ladder, as the stripes that streak an adder. Look upon the bristling wall, manned without an interval, round and tier, cannon's black mouth, shining spear. Lit match, bell-mouthed musketoon, gaping to be murderous soon. All the warlike gear of old, mixed with what we now behold in the strife twixt old and new, gather like a locust's crew. Shade of Remus, 'tis a time awful as thy brother's crime, Christians' war against Christ's shrine. But must its lot be like to thine? Near, and near, and nearer still, as the earthquake saps the hill, first with trembling, hollow motion, like a scarce awakened ocean. Then with stronger shock and louder, till the rocks are crushed to powder. Onward sweeps the rolling host, heroes of the immortal boast, mighty chiefs, eternal shadows, first flowers of the bloody meadows, which encompass Rome, the mother of a people without border. Will you sleep when nations quarrels plow the root up of your laurels? Ye who weep over Carthage burning, weep not, strike, for Rome is mourning. Onward sweep the varied nations, famine long hath dealt their rations. To the wall with hate and hunger, numerous are as wolves and stronger. On they sweep, O glorious city, must thou be a theme for pity? Fight like your first sire, each Roman, Alaric was a gentle foeman, matched with Bourbon's black banditti. Banditti? Banditti, I'm guessing. Matched with Bourbon's black banditti, rouse thee, thou eternal city, rouse thee! Rather give the torch with thine own hand to thy porch, than behold such hosts pollute your worst dwelling with their foot. with their foot. With their foot. Ah, behold yon bleeding spectre. Ilion's children find no Hector. Priam's offspring loved their brother. Rome's great sire forgot his mother. When he slew his gallant twin with inexpiable sin, see the giant shadow stride over the ramparts high and wide. When the first overleapt thy wall, its foundation mourned thy fall. Now, though towering like a Babel, who to stop his steps are able? Stalking over thy highest dome, Remus claims his vengeance, Rome. Now they reach thee in their anger, fire and smoke and hellish clangor. Around thee, thou world's wonder, death is in thy walls and under. Now the meeting steel first clashes, downward then the ladder crashes, with its iron load all gleaming, lying at its foot blaspheming. Up again, for every warrior slain, another climbs the barrier. Thicker grows the strife, thy ditches, Europe's mingling gore enriches. Rome, although thy wall may perish, such manure thy fields will cherish, making gay the harvest home, but thy hearth, alas, O Rome. Yet be Rome amidst thine anguish, fight as thou wast wont to vanquish. Yet, once more, ye old penates, let not your quenched hearths be etates. Ooh, what is that word? No definition. Can't be. Can we find it? It's got to be an ancient Greek goddess of presiding the fatal blindness of recklessness that produces crime and divine punishment that follows. Ooh. A-T. Okay. All right. Yet once more, ye old penates, let not your quenched hearths be 80s. Learned Greek goddess. Okay. Yet again, ye shadowy heroes, Yield not to these stranger Neros. Though the son who slew his mother shed Rome's blood, he was your brother. 'Twas the Roman curbed the Roman. Brennus was a baffled foeman. Yet again, ye saints and martyrs, rise, for yours are holier charters. Mighty gods of temples falling, yet in ruin, still appalling. Mightier founders of those altars, true and Christian, strike the assaulters. Tiber, Tiber, let thy torrent show even nature's self-abhorrent. Let each breathing heart dilated turn as doth the lion baited. Rome be crushed in one wide tomb, but be still the Romans' Rome. Epic. I can definitely see where, like, even at this period in time in history, authors were still enamored of ancient Rome. And so, even in modern day, many people are still just fascinated by the culture and the history of the Roman Empire. But to be or not to be, I don't know. Those of you that are here, I just want to take a moment. I need to step away and use the restroom. So I'll be right back. I'll get through a quick 3-minute ad break, and then when I come back, I will continue with the chorus of peasants. It really did, Waldo says. Rome had such a huge impact on the world and has stayed on everyone's minds for centuries. Far-reaching. I mean, the majority of Europe, except when they got to the Celts, you know. My people. They down into Africa, all over Europe, went north into Scandinavia, I think, or at least they attempted to. They really did their part to explore the world, and in some parts they, conquered for good or ill, and created quite the lasting dynasty. Though I have to say, I think a lot of their history lives on through Greek culture, honestly. The Greeks and the Romans had such mirrored, like, cultures, like, as far as food preparation, their gods, their clothing choices, etc., etc. So even in modern day culture, I'm sure like a kernel of Rome still exists. Anyway, I will be right back, and we'll do a quick ad break, and like I said, we'll continue on when I return. Un momento. Also, the music during the Be Right Back is from Braden Deal. The song is Let's Stay In. Huzzah! And we return. um, again, all of you wonderful people that have stuck around to listen to me read, I appreciate each and every one of you. And, you know, if you ever want to catch more or listen to other readings, I have my unedited VODs on YouTube. You can always check those out. I have a link tree. Give me a second. Do that. All of the things that people are supposed to do. Ta-da! Well, that's great. I don't know why it does both. Oh well. Whatever. I'll figure that out later. We are returning to selected poems of Lord Byron, a chorus of peasants. That's interesting. Let's see. Here we go. Chorus of peasants. The wars are over, the spring is come, the bride and her lover have sought their home. They are happy, we rejoice, let their hearts have an echo in every voice. The spring is come, the violets gone, the firstborn child of the early sun. With us she is but a winter's flower, the snow on the hills cannot blast her bower. And she lifts up her dewy eye of blue to the youngest sky of the selfsame hue. And when the spring comes with her host of flowers that flower beloved the most, shrinks from the crowd that may confuse her heavenly odor and virgin hues. Pluck the others, but still remember their herald out of dim December. The morning star of all the flowers, the pledge of daylight's lengthened hours. Nor midst the roses ever forget the virgin violet. I could see that. A metal band, chorus of peasants. Chorus of peasants! It'd actually be pretty awesome. Or at least a song title, at the very least. Chaos singing. Oh, that's supposed to be Caesar. That AE gets me every time. Okay. Enter Caesar. The wars are all over, our swords are all idle. The steed bites the bridle, the cask's on the wall. The rest for the rover, but his armor is rusty, and the veteran grows crusty as he yawns in the hall. He drinks. But what's drinking? A mere pause from thinking. No bugle awakes him with life and death call. But the hound bayeth loudly. The boar's in the wood, and the falcon longs proudly to spring from her hood. On the wrist of the noble she sits like a crest, and the air is in trouble with birds from their nest. Caesar. Oh, shadow of glory, dim image of war, but the chase hath no story, her hero no star, since Nimrod, the founder of empire and chase, who made the woods wonder and quake for their race. When the lion was young, in the pride of his might, then 'twas sport for the strong to embrace him in fight, to go forth with a pine for a spear against the mammoth, or strike through the ravine at the foaming behemoth. While man was in stature as towers in our time, the firstborn of nature, and like her, sublime. But the wars are over, the spring is come, the bride and her lover have sought their home. They are happy, and we rejoice. Let their hearts have an echo from every voice. Exit the peasantry singing. We are chorus of peasants! Oh, that's gonna live in my head for a long time. The next, it looks like canto, style is Italy and England from Beppo. This would be 41 through 49. With all its sinful doings, I must say that Italy's a pleasant place to me, who's loved to see the sun shine every day, and vines, not nailed to walls, from tree to tree, festooned much like the back scene of a play or melodrame which people flock to see, when the first act is ended by a dance in vineyards copied from the south of France. I like on autumn evenings to ride out, without being forced to bid my groom be sure my cloak is round his middle strapped about, because the skies are not the most secure. I know too that, if stopped upon my route, where the green alley's winding allure, reeling with grapes red wagons choke the way, in England 'twould be dung, dust, or a dray. Somebody doesn't respect England. In England 'twould be dung, dust, or dray. That's not true. I also like to dine on, oh man, I'm gonna butcher this, Becca ficus? We don't know what it is. Becca ficus. Okay. I don't know. That word has ficus, Becca ficus. We shall look. Becca fico. Maybe he didn't know how to say it. It only seems to be referred to in Beppo in this poem. What is a becca fico? Oh, Sicilian stuffed sardines. Maybe it was lost in translation, or he was trying to say a word. Hard to say. I also like to dine on becca ficas. To see the sun set, sure he'll rise tomorrow, not through a misty morning twinkling weak as a drunken man's dead eye in maudlin sorrow. But with all heaven to himself, the day will break as beauteous as cloudless, nor be forced to borrow that sort of farthing candlelight which glimmers where seeking London's smoky cauldron simmers. So it looks like the stanza breakdown is A, B, A, B, A, B, C, C. And I think they're all like that in this canto. Interesting. I love the language, that soft bastard Latin, which melts like kisses from a female mouth, and sounds as if should be writ on satin, with syllables which breathe of the sweet south, and gentle liquids gliding all so pat in, that not a single accent seems uncouth. Like our harsh northern whistling, grunting guttural, which we're obliged to hiss and spit and sputter all. All right, Lord Byron, you've made your point. I like the women too. Forgive my folly. From the rich peasant check of ruddy bronze, and large black eyes that flash on you a volley of rays that say 1,000 things at once, to the high Dama's brow more melancholy, but clear and with a wild and liquid glance. Heart on her lips, and soul within her eyes, soft as her clime and sunny as her skies. Eve of the land which still is paradise, Italian beauty didst thou not inspire, Raphael, who died in thy embrace and vies with all we know of heaven or can desire, in what he hath bequeathed us, in what guise, though flashing from the fervor of the lyre. Would words describe thy past and present glow, while yet Canova can create below. Oh, thank you, Femi. I found Beccafico, a European songbird, especially a warbler, eaten as a delicacy. Maybe that's what they were. Eating tiny birds that sing. Now I'm sad. Poor birds. England, with all thy faults, I love thee still. I said at Calais and have not forgot it. I like to speak and lucubrate my fill. That's a $5 word there. Lucubrate. Written to write or study, especially by night. Oh, this is a word that people should use again. Lucubrate. I like to speak and lucubrate my fill. I like the government, but that is not it. I like the freedom of the press and quill. I like the habeas corpus, which we've got it. I like a parliamentary debate, particularly when 'tis not too late. I like the taxes. I will never say that. Just, I don't. I like the taxes when they're not too many. I like a sea coal fire when not too dear. I like a beefsteak too, as well as any. Have no objection to a pot of beer. I like the weather when it's not rainy. That is, I like 2 months of every year. And so God save the regent, church, and king, which means that I like all and everything. Waldosis or Tiny, if you're both still here, is it really rainy like 20, most of the time, like 80% and then 20% sunny? Because that would be hard to manage, I think. I mean, my perspective, I'm here in Alaska, so for me, I have like 6 months of winter. Winter is coming, like I have just right now I just went through fall spring. It was 40 degrees and I'm like, yes, spring is here. And then it just dipped down to 16 degrees Fahrenheit and snowed another 4 inches. So winter is not here yet. Our standing army and disbanded seamen, poor's rate, reform my own, and the nation's debt. Our little riots just to show us we are freemen, our trifling bankruptcies in the Gazette, our cloudy climate and our chilly women, all these I can forgive, and those forgot, and greatly venerate our recent glories, and wish they were not, owing to the Tories. Squeaky says, yes, it was like that when I lived there. Fair enough, fair enough. Welcome in, GP worker. Disbanded seaman has the makings of a great euphemism. You're not wrong. Sleep Jogging Hydra. Now that's also an incredible name. We are Sleep Jogging Hydra. Another amazing title. Fantastic name. So this next section is specifically excerpts from Don Juan, which, if you're here at the very beginning of the thus far 7-part series, probably wrapping it up today, Don Juan was modeled after George Byron himself, George Gordon Byron. Let me rephrase. So Lord Byron was a rake. Like, he slept with married women and he was with multiple women at the same time. He fathered several children, and just he wasn't a good husband. He wasn't a good oh, wonderful, Squeaks. It is lovely getting to see you here too, and I'm glad that you're enjoying the reading. We should hang out sometime and chat about the glory days, or play some games or watch a movie or something. There's a number of things on Netflix. Yeah, all the things. All the things. Um, but Don Juan was written as, I mean, just like Casanova, he is the ultimate lover, um, fully enamored with this woman. I forget her name, but we'll see it here in a minute. But he raked around. He was a cad, a philanderer, yada yada, all of those amazing words to describe a man that was just, a bit of a slut, if you catch my drift. Um, but anyway, Byron's relations notwithstanding, let's go into Don Juan. Ah, a blanket wrap. Oh, I don't know if you two were here quite yet, but check out the artwork for an emote that I have commissioned. It too is a blanket. It's a blanket covered in books. I'm so excited for it when it's finished. It'll be so cute. Okay. Let's get back to it. From Don Juan, Wanted, a Hero. This is Canto 1. Lines, or I'm guessing stanzas 1 through 5. I want a hero. An uncommon want, when every year and month sends forth a new one, till, after cloying the gazettes with cant, the age discovers he is not the true one. Of such as these I should not care to vaunt. I'll therefore take our ancient friend, Don Juan. We all have seen him in the pantomime sent to the devil somewhat ere his time. Vernon, the butcher, Cumberland, Wolf, Hawk, Prince Ferdinand, Granby, Burgoyne, Keppel, Howe, evil and good, have had their tithe of talk, and filled their signposts then, like Wellesley now. Each in their turn, like Banquo's monarch stock, followers of fame, 9 pharaoh of that so. France, too, had Bonaparte and de Maurier, recorded in their Montier and Courier. Bernay, Brisset, Condorcet, Mirabeau, Pétion, Clout, Danton, Marat, Lafayette were French and famous people as we know, and there were others scarce forgotten yet, Joubert, Hoche, Morceau, Lannes, Desil, Moreau, with many of the military set exceedingly remarkable at times, but not at all adapted to my rhymes. Who are these people? Oh my god, these names. I only recognize like a third of them. I'm butchering them horribly, I'm sure. Nelson was once Britannia's god of war, and still should be so. But the tide is turned, there's no more to be said of Trafalgar. 'Tis with our hero quietly inured, because the army's grown more popular, at which the naval people are concerned. Besides, the prince is all for the land service, forgetting Duncan, Nelson, Howe, and Jervis. It's pretty beefy, Squeaks. It's pretty beefy. Brave men were living before Agamemnon. Agamemnon. And since exceeding valorous and sage, a good deal like him too, though quite the same none. But then they show not on the poet's page, and so have been forgotten, and I condemn none, but can't find any in the present age. Fit for my poem, that is, for my new one, so, as I said, I'll take my friend Don Juan. The Sweets of Life, Canto 1. This would be 122 through 127. 'Tis sweet to hear at midnight on the blue and moonlit deep the song and oar of Adria's gondolier, by distance mellowed over the water's sweep. 'Tis sweet to see the evening star appear, 'tis sweet to listen at the night winds creep. From leaf to leaf, 'tis sweet to view on high the rainbow based on ocean span the sky. 'Tis sweet to hear the watchdog's honest bark, bay deep-mouthed welcome as we draw near home. 'Tis sweet to know there is an eye will mark our coming and look brighter when we come. Bone Collar! Bone Collar, what are you doing? Okay, thank you. That's just everyone, this is Bone Collar, whom is one of the better streamers that I follow. Hikara, Bone Collar, there's a number of people from that community that are incredible. Most recently, Bone Collar has been playing Helldivers 2, I believe, which I've picked up and I do want to play. I was gifted that game and I do want to play it, but it just hasn't been right time and I was sick over the weekend and now I am recovering. Maybe I can play some this weekend. Birthday subs! Thank you, Bone. That is so kind of you. I really appreciate it. Oh, nice. Thank you for the shout out for Bone Collar. Ooh.
All right,
Was
let's
this
use
from during
one more
Liza
of
P?
those and a health potion.
This was another
have one
incredible
more
game,
shot
by the
on him.
way.
All right, good shit.
Kicking ass, taking names, wearing a fancy hat.
Good thing we're dumping everything in magic so we can just pour
Greedfall.
attack
Okay,
after
it was
attack
from
on it.
Greedfall. Also, incredible animation. That was a cool game. I don't think I've seen that one yet either. Where was I? Mid canto. Are coming okay. 'Tis sweet to know there is an eye will mark our coming and look brighter when we come. 'Tis sweet to be awakened by the lark or lulled by falling waters. Sweet the hum of bees, the voice of girls, the song of birds, the lisp of children and their earliest words. Sweet is the vintage when the showering grapes in bacchanal profusion reel to earth, purple and gushing. Sweet are our escapes from civic revelry to rural mirth. Sweet to the miser are his glittering heaps. Sweet to the father is his firstborn's birth. Sweet is revenge, especially to women, pillaged to soldiers, prize money to seamen. Sweet is a legacy in passing sweet, the unexpected death of some old lady, or a gentleman of 70 years complete, who've made us youth wait too long already for an estate or cash or country seat, still breaking, but with stamina so steady that all the Israelites are fit to mob its next owner for their double-damned post-obits? What on earth? Post-obits. Come again? All right. Next owner for their double-damned post-obits. 'Tis sweet to win, no matter how, one's laurels by blood or ink. 'Tis sweet to put an end to strife. 'Tis sometimes sweet to have our quarrels, particularly with a tiresome friend. Sweet is old wine in bottles, ale in barrels. Dear is the helpless creature we defend against the world, and dear the schoolboy spot we never forget, though we are forgot. But sweeter still, this, than these, than all, is first in passionate love. It stands alone. Like Adam's recollection of his fall, the tree of knowledge has been plucked. All's known. And life yields nothing further to recall worthy of this ambrosial sin so shown. No doubt in fable as the unforgiven fire which Prometheus filched for us from heaven. All right, Don Juan. Got some amazing loquacious lexicon there. That's fierce. Julia's letter. Canto 1. This would be, brain. Hold on. Do math. CXC, so that would be 192 through 198. Seeing Roman numerals in lowercase just throws off my brain. Tell me, they tell me, 'tis decided you depart, 'tis wise, 'tis well, but not the less a pain. I have no further claim on your young heart. Mine is the victim and would be again. To love too much has been the only art I used. I write in haste, and if a stain be on this sheet, 'tis not what it appears. My eyeballs burn and throb, but have no tears. I love you. For this love have lost, state, station, heaven, mankind's, my own esteem, and yet cannot regret what it hath cost. So dear is still the memory of that dream, yet if I name my guilt, 'tis not to boast. None can deem harshlier of me than I deem. I trace the scrawl because I cannot rest. I've nothing to reproach or to request. Lowercase Roman numerals, that's when you're supposed to whisper them really close to the mic. No. Man's love is a man's life, a thing apart. 'Tis woman's whole existence man may range, the court, camp, church, the vessel, and the mart. Sword, gown, gain, glory, offer in exchange. Pride, fame, ambition to fill up his heart, and few there are whom those cannot estrange. Men have all these resources, we but one, to love again and be again undone. It's bad enough there's letters in math. We don't need math in our letters. Accurate. And yet, word problems exist. You will proceed in pleasure and in pride, beloved and loving many, all is over. For me on earth except some years to hide my shame and sorrow deep in my heart's core. These I could bear, but cannot cast aside the passion which still rages as before. And so, farewell. Forgive me, love me. No, that word is idle now, but let it go. My breast has been all weakness, is so yet, but still I think I can collect my mind. My blood still rushes where my spirit's set, as roll the waves before the settled wind. My heart is feminine, nor can forget to all except one image mildly blind. So shakes the needle, and so stands the pole, as vibrates my fond heart to my fixed soul. I have no more to say, but linger still, and dare not set my seal upon this sheet. And yet I may as well the task fulfill, my misery can scarce be more complete. Welcome in, plagued doctor man. Paging plagued doctor man. That's an incredible name. I had not lived till now, could sorrow kill. Death shuns the wretched. Death shuns the wretch who fain the blow would meet, and must even survive this last adieu, and bear with life to love and pray for you. Aw, thanks! Thanks, Squeaks. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. This note was written upon gilt-edged paper with a neat little crow quill slight and new. Her small white hand could hardly reach the taper, it trembled as magnetic needles do. And yet, she did not let one tear escape her. The seal a sunflower, Allez-vous sous portu? The motto cut upon a white cornelian, the wax was superfine, its hue vermilion. Ah, that is beautiful rhyming scheme. I don't know what this is in French. Can I? Allez-vous? Okay. French to English. We will do our best. Allez-vous? Chiu. Okay. Allez-vous sous porto? Sut porto. Suit. Okay. She follows you everywhere. Allez-vous sut porto? I'm probably butchering that pronunciation. Nope. Hey, I got that one. Allez-vous sut porto? Today I learned a little French. Poetical commandments. Ooh, that's an interesting title for a canto. So this is Canto 1. That would be 200 through 206. There, I gave you your whispered words of Roman numerals. Why? Why anyone would request that, I have no idea. My poem's epic and is meant to be divided in 12 books, each book containing, with love and war, a heavy gale at sea, a list of ships and captains and kings reigning. New characters, the episodes are 3, a panoramic view of hells in training. After the style of Virgil and of Homer, so that my name of epics no misnomer. That was delicious. Like, it rolled off the tongue. That was a really well written stanza. I enjoyed that one. All these things will be specified in time with strict regard to Aristotle's rules. The vad mecum of the true sublime, vademecum, the vademecum of the true sublime, which makes so many poets and some fools, prose poets like blank verse. I'm fond of rhyme, good workmen never quarrel with their tools. I've got new mythological machinery and very handsome supernatural scenery. There's only one slight difference between me and my epic brethren gone before, and here the advantage is my own, I ween, not that I have not several merits more. But this will more peculiarly be seen. They so embellish that 'tis quite a bore, their labyrinth of fables to thread through, whereas this story's actually true. If any person doubt it, I appeal to history, tradition, and to facts, to newspapers whose truth all know and feel, to plays in 5, and operas in 3 acts. All these confirm my statement a good deal, but that which more completely faith exacts is that myself and several now in Seville saw Juan's last elopement with the devil. It really is. If ever I should condescend to prose, I'll write poetical commandments which shall supersede beyond all doubts all those that went before. In these I shall enrich my text with many things that no one knows, and carry precept to the highest pitch. I'll call the work Logonus over a bottle, or every poet his own Aristotle. Though shalt be- thou hmm, thou shalt believe in Milton, Dryden, Pope. Thou shalt not set up Wordsworth, Coleridge, or Coleridge Southey, because the first is crazy beyond all hope, the second drunk, the third so quaint and mouthy. With Crabbe it may be difficult to cope, and Campbell's Hippocrene is somewhat drouthy. Thou shalt not steal from Samuel Rogers, nor commit flirtation with the muse of Moore. Thou shalt not covet Mr. Sotheby's muse, his Pegasus, nor anything that's his. Thou shalt not bear false witness like the blues. There's one at least is very fond of this. Thou shalt not write, in short, but what I choose. This is true criticism, and you may kiss, exactly as you please or not, the rod. But if you don't, I'll lay it on by God. Yeah, this is an epic diss track. Kiss the rod. Oh my. Oh my. The next one is The Shipwreck, Canto 2. We're at 24 through 53. As a friendly reminder, as a friendly reminder, between poems, sections, whatever, it's been a minute since I've said this, so please take care of yourselves. Hydrate, caffeinate, snack, take breaks, go use the restroom, snuggle up in a blanket, be comfortable. This is my content. I am here to read, whether it's a story, a poem, a play, apparently, that's been added to my list. I just want to share my love of the literature and of the words. The words are like the soul's food. Like when words are strung together like beautiful pearls in a necklace, like diamonds on a chain, when they're strung together in a beautiful way, they enrich your soul. They really do. Yes, Weldosis Bone Collar was very, very kind to gift you a sub, which is really lovely. Thank you so much for the birthday gift. I think that Lord Byron is profoundly beautiful in his writing. He was a cad, but you have to sometimes separate the art from the artist, the music from the musician, the writing from the writer. And whatever faults that may lay in one's personality, when someone strings together images or poetry or words or music in such a way that it enriches the soul, we are better for it. This is what humanity should be. It should be the creation of beautiful things. And I will not stand on my soapbox and talk politics, but to be an aesthete, to love music, to love poetry, to love writing, art of all kinds. It just fills up your cup, your soul, it overwhelms you with emotion. And we all have to find ways to enjoy that. So find the beauty in all things. Enough. We will return to the poem. The ship, called the Most Holy Trinidada, was steering duly for the port Leghorn, for there the Spanish family Moncada were settled long ere Juan Sire was born. They were relations, and for them he had a letter of introduction which the morn of his departure had been sent by his Spanish friends for those in Italy. His suite consisted of 3 servants and a tutor, the licentiate Pedrillo, who several language did understand, but now lay sick and speechless on his pillow, and rocking in his hammock longed for land, his headache being increased by every billow. and the waves oozing through the porthole made his berth a little damp and him afraid. 'Twas not without some reason, for the wind increased at night until it blew a gale, and though 'twas not much to a naval mind, some landsmen would have looked a little pale. For sailors are, in fact, a different kind. At sunset they began to take in sail, for the sky showed it would come on to blow, and carry away, perhaps, a mast or so. At 1 o'clock the wind with sudden shift threw the ship right into the trough of the sea, which struck her aft and made an awkward rift, started the stern post, also shadowed thee. Whole of her stern frame, and ere she could lift herself from out her present jeopardy. The rudder tore away. 'Twas time to sound the pumps, and there were 4 feet water found. One gang of people instantly was put upon the pumps and the remainder set to get up part of the cargo and what not, but they could not come at the leak as yet. At last they did get at it, really, but still their salvation was an even bet. The water rushed through in a way quite puzzling, while they thrust sheets, shirts, jackets, bales of muslin into the opening, but all such ingredients would have been vain, and they must have gone down, despite all their efforts and expedients, but for the pumps, I'm afraid to make them known. To all the brother tars who may have need hence, for 50 tons of water were upthrown by them per hour, and they all had been undone, but for the maker, Mr. Man of London. As day advanced, the weather seemed to abate, and then the leak they reckoned to reduce, and keep the ship afloat, though 3 feet yet, kept 2 hand and 1 chain pump still in use. The wind blew fresh again as it grew late. A squall came on, and while some guns broke loose, a gust, which all descriptive power transcends, laid with one blast the ship on her beam ends. There she lay, motionless, and seemed upset. The water left the hold and washed the decks, and made a scene men do not soon forget, for they remember battles, fires, and wrecks, or any other thing that brings regret, or breaks their hopes, or hearts, or heads, or necks. Thus drownings are much talked of by the divers, and swimmers who may chance to be survivors. Immediately the masts were cut away, both main and mizzen. First the mizzen went, the mainmast followed, but the ship still lay like a mere log, and baffled our intent. Foremast and bowsprit were cut down, and they eased her at last, although we never meant to part with all till every hope was blighted, and then with violence the old ship righted. It may be easily supposed while this was going on, some people were unquiet, that passengers would find it much amiss to lose their lives as well as spoil their diet, that even the able seaman, deeming his days nearly over, might be disposed to riot, as upon such occasions tars will ask for grog, and sometimes drink rum from the cask. There's not, no doubt, so much the spirit calms as rum and true religion. Thus it was. Some plundered, some drank spirits, some sung psalms. The high wind made the treble and a bass. The hoarse, harsh waves kept time. Fright cured the qualms of all the luckless landsmen, seasick maws. Strange sounds of wailing blasphemy, devotion, clamored in chorus to the roaring ocean. Perhaps more mischief had been done but for our Juan, who, with sense beyond his years, got to the spirit room and stood before it with a pair of pistols and their fears, as if death were more dreadful by his door, of fire than water, spite of oaths and tears, kept still aloof the crew who, ere they stunk, thought it would be becoming to die drunk. Give us more grog, they cried, for it will be all an hour hence. One answered, No, 'tis true that death awaits both you and me, but let us die like men, not sink below like brutes. And thus his dangerous post kept he, and none liked to anticipate the blow, and even Pedrillo, his most reverend tutor, was for some rum a disappointed suitor. The good old gentleman was quite aghast, and made a loud and pious lamentation, repented all his sins, and made a last irrevocable vow of reformation. Nothing should tempt him more, this peril past, to quit his academic occupation, in cloisters of the classic Salamanca, to find Juan's wake like Sancho Panza. But now there came a flash of hope once more. Day broke and the wind lulled. The masts were gone. The leak increased. Shoals round her, but no shore. The vessel swam, yet still she held her own. They tried the pumps again, and though before their desperate efforts seemed all useless, grown. A glimpse of sunshine set some hands to bail. The stronger pumped, the weaker thrummed a sail. Under the vessel's keel the sail was passed, and for the moment it had some effect. But with a leak and not a stick of mast, nor rag of canvas, what could they expect? But still 'tis best to struggle to the last. 'Tis never too late to be wholly wrecked, and though 'tis true that man can only die once, 'tis not so pleasant in the Gulf of Lions. Welcome in, Otaku Dan. The winds and waves had hurled them, and from thence, without their will, they carried them away, for they were forced with steering to dispense, and never had as yet a quiet day, on which they might repose or even commence a jury mast or rudder, or could say the ship would swim an hour, which by good luck still swam, though not exactly like a duck. Ah, that's over there. The wind, in fact, perhaps was rather less, but the ship labored so they scarce could hope to weather out much longer. The distress was also great with which they had to cope. For want of water, and their solid mass was scant enough. In vain the telescope was used, nor sail nor shore appeared in sight, naught but the heavy sea and coming night. Again the weather threatened, again blew a gale, and in the fore and after hold water appeared. Yet, though the people knew all this, the most were patient, and some bold, until the chains and leathers were worn through of all our pumps. A wreck complete she rolled, at mercy of the waves, whose mercies are like human beings during civil war. Then came the carpenter, at last, with tears in his rough eyes, and told the captain he could do no more. He was a man in years, and long had voyaged through many a stormy sea, and if he wept at length, they were not fears that made his eyelids as a woman's be. But he, poor fellow, had a wife and children, two things for dying people quite bewildering. Bewildering. Yes. The ship was evidently settling now, fast by the head, and all distinction gone. Some went to prayers again, and made a vow of candles to their saints, but there were none to pay them with, and some looked over the bow. Some hoisted out the boats, and there was one that begged Pedrillo for an absolution, who told him to be damned in his confusion. Some lashed them in their hammocks. Some put on their best clothes as if going to a fair. Some cursed the day on which they saw the sun, and gnashed their teeth and howling tore their hair. And others went on as they had begun, getting the boats out, being well aware that a tight boat will live in a rough sea, unless with breakers close beneath her lee. The worst of all was, that in their condition, having been several days in great distress, 'twas difficult to get out of such provision as now might render their long suffering less. Men, even when dying, dislike inanition. Ooh, inanition. Inanition. Exhaustion caused by lack of nourishment. So many new words today. Men, even when dying, dislike inanition. Their stock was damaged by the weather's stress. 2 casks of biscuit and a keg of butter were all that could be thrown into the cutter. Aw, Tiger Faye! It is, tomorrow is technically my birthday, but yes, it is my birthday weekend. The big 40. Thank you for the birthday wishes. I did put on some birthday emotes for such an occasion. Mommy?
Sorry.
Sorry.
Mommy? Sorry.
Sorry. Yeah. Aw, so cute. Everyone, this is also another amazing streamer whom I work with. They are a Tiger Fairy streamer. They stream occasionally with their partner, Apis. Is it Apis Carnica? I believe. Am I saying that correctly? Their partner is like a honey bear streamer. It is incredible. They're great. They do a variety of streams. Can I get a shout out when somebody's handy to Tiger Faye? When somebody has a second. But they do streaming for, like, they do gaming streams, art streams. They recently did some, like, what is it called, where you have, you're reading the game story. I can't think of it at this second, but did some live reading as well. I really enjoy their content. Plus, who doesn't love tigers? I mean, Ayo. But let's see. Grab a quick shout out for Miss. Let's misspell this. Okay, shout out, yeah, for friend Tiger Faye. There we go. Shout out for Tiger Faye. Let's see. I wonder what clip it's going to show. Ooh. Oh, I remember that stream. Working on that art project. Did you finish that one, Tiger? I'm pretty sure you had, or at least I remember you discussing that you were at a point where you're done with that project. But yes, that's their beautiful PNG tuber. And they can toggle on wings. It's super cool. I just have had so much fun over the last 5 months finding and getting to meet and interact with all of these amazing streamers that have these beautiful, like, Tiny Draculina has this amazing VTuber. I love the dress. The hair is this vermilion crimson color. It's exquisite. And then their partner, Waldosis, just got some new toggle on add-ons with these, like, creepy HP Lovecraft spooky eyes. Bone Collar is about to do, like, I'm not gonna give anything away, but they just had a new model made, or in the process of making. Just amazing. All the creativity, the designs, everything. This has just been phenomenal. It enriches one's soul to see such beauty in the world. And I've completely lost where I was in the poem, but here we go. Anyway, moving on. Let's see. This has been a phenomenal birthday. Or nearly birthday. So. Okay, we just threw the butter into the cutter. Okay. But in the longboat they contrived to stow some pounds of bread, though injured by the wet, water, a 20-gallon cask or so, six flasks of wine, and they tried to get a portion of their beef up from below, and with a piece of pork moreover met, but scarce enough to serve them for a luncheon. There was rum, 8 gallons in a puncheon. 8 gallons of rum is quite a bit. And other boats, the yawl and pinnance, had been stove in the beginning of the gale, and the longboat's condition was but bad, and there were but 2 blankets for a sail, and 1 oar for a mast, which a young lad threw in by good luck over the ship's rail. And 2 boats could not hold, far less be stored, to save to save one half the people then on board. Where is the rum gone? Where is the rum gone? Yes, where Jack Sparrow would differ on 8 gallons being a large sum of rum. That might not be enough, to be honest. 'Twas twilight, and the sunless day went down over the waste of waters like a veil, which if withdrawn would but disclose the frown of one whose hate is masked but to a sail. Thus, to their hopeless eyes the night was shown, and grimly darkled over the faces pale, and the dim desolate deep. 12 days had fear been their familiar, and now death was here. Some trial had been making at a raft, with little hope in such a rolling sea. A sort of thing at which one would have laughed, if any laughter at such times could be, unless with people who too much have quaffed, and have a kind of wild and horrid glee, half elliptical and half hysterical. Their preservation would have been a miracle. At 8:30 booms, hen coops, apars, and all things for a chance had been cast loose, that still could keep afloat the struggling tars, for yet they strove, although of no great use. There was no light in heaven but a few stars. The boats put off overcrowded with their crews. She gave a heel and then a lurch to port, and going down head foremost, sunk in short. Then rose from sea to sky the wild farewell. Then shrieked the timid, and stood still the brave. Then some leaped overboard with dreadful yell, as eager to anticipate their grave. And the sea yawned around them like a hell, and down she sucked with her the whirling wave, like one who grapples with his enemy and strives to strangle him before he die. And first one universal shriek there rushed, louder than the loud ocean, like a crash of echoing thunder, and then all was hushed, save the wild wind and this remorseless dash of billows, but at intervals there gushed, accompanied with a convulsive splash, a solitary shriek, the bubbling cry of some strong swimmer in his agony. Darkle. Intransitive verb 1a, to become clouded or gloomy, or b, to grow dark. 2, to become concealed in the dark. I think in this context, darkled would probably be to be concealed in the darkness. Being, as it was being, swallowed up by the water. The more you know. We're at a point here where I think I need to take a quick break. Also because I've run out of snoozes. That's the real reason. I need to take a quick ad break, and I will refill my water. So I will do that, and I will be right back. So to you lovely listeners, take a quick break yourselves, bathroom break, grab some water, a snack. Wrap up in a blanket if you so choose. I will be right back. let's see here. And we are back. Nope. Bum, 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 bum. So we still have quite a bit left. Not quite a bit, but a fair bit. I think math 428, so about 30 pages left of his I think we're still in the section from Don Juan. Nope, we've moved on to the Haiti. Then there's Canto, and then more continued Don Juan, Canto, Hebrew melodies. I think. So, a little bit left. So while I was gone, I went ahead and had a little snack. Snacky poo! And a glance at who we might be able to go dive in and visit after we're done reading. So, we return to the selected poems of Lord Byron. Haiti, Canto 2. 111 through 118. How long in his damp trance young Juan lay, he knew not, for the earth was gone for him, and time had nothing more of night nor day for his congealing blood and senses dim. And how this heavy faintness passed away, he knew not, till each painful pulse and limb and tingling vein seemed throbbing back to life, for death, though vanquished, still retired with strife. His eyes he opened, shut, and again unclosed, for all was doubt and dizziness, he thought. He still was in the boat, and had but dozed, and felt again with his despair overwrought, and wished it death, in which he had reposed, and then once more his feelings back were brought. And slowly, by his swimming eyes was seen a lovely female face of 17. 'Twas bending close over his, and the small mouth seemed almost prying into his for breath, and chafing him. The soft warm hand of youth recalled his answering spirits back from death, and bathing his chill temples, tried to soothe each pulse to animation, till beneath its gentle touch and trembling care a sigh to these kind efforts made a low reply. Then was the cordial poured, and mantle flung around his scarce-clad limbs, and the fair arm raised higher the faint head which over it hung, and her transparent cheek, all pure and warm, pillowed his death-like forehead. Then she wrung his dewy curls, long drenched by every storm, and watched with eagerness each throb that drew a sigh from his heaved bosom, and hers, too. And lifting him with care into the cave, the gentle girl and her attendant, one young, yet her elder, and of brow less grave, and more robust of figure, then begun to kindle fire, and as the new flames gave light to the rocks that roofed them, which the sun had never seen, the maid, or whatsoever she was, appeared distinct and tall and fair. Her brow was overhung with coins of gold that sparkled over the auburn of her hair. Her clustering hair, whose longer locks were rolled in braids behind, and though her stature were even of the highest for a female mold, they nearly reached her heel, and in her air there was a something which bespoke command, as one who was a lady in the land. Her hair, I said, was auburn, but her eyes were black as death, their lashes the same hue of downcast length, in whose silk shadow lies deepest attraction, for when to the view, forth from its raven fringe the full glance flies. Never with such force the swiftest arrow flew. 'Tis as the snake late coiled, who pours his length and hurls at once his venom and his strength. Her brow was white and low, her cheeks pure dye, like twilight rosy still with the set sun. Short upper lip, sweet lips, that make us sigh ever to have seen such, for she was one fit for the model of a statuary. A race of mere impostors, when all's done. I've seen much finer women, ripe and real, than all the nonsense of their stone ideal. Interesting. So Haiti, I think, is the redhead that Juan is waxing romantically about, with her darkened eyes and her darkened lashes. Canto 2, this would be 150, 183 through 189. It was the cooling hour just when the rounded red sun sinks down behind the azure hill, which then seems as if the whole earth is bounded, circling all nature hushed and dim and still. With the far mountain crescent half surrounded on one side, and the deep sea calm and chill upon the other, and the rosy sky with one star sparkling through it like an eye. And thus they wandered forth hand in hand over the shining pebbles and the shells, glided along the smooth and hardened sand, and in the worn and wild receptacles, worked by the storms, yet worked as if it were planned. In hollow halls with sparry roofs and cells, they turned to rest, and each clasped by an arm, yielded to the deep twilight's purple charm. They looked up to the sky, whose floating glow spread like a rosy ocean vast and bright. They gazed upon the glittering sea below, whence the broad moon rose circling into sight. They heard the waves splash and the wind so low, and saw each other's dark eyes darting light into each other. And beholding this, their lips drew near and clung into a kiss. A long, long kiss, a kiss of youth and love and beauty, all concentrating like rays into one focus, kindled from above, such kisses as belong to early days, where heart and soul and sense in concert move, and the blood's lava and the pulse ablaze, each kiss a heartquake. For a kiss's strength, I think it must be reckoned by its length. By length I mean duration. Theirs endured, heaven knows how long. No doubt they never reckoned, and if they had, they could not have secured the sum of their sensations to a second. They had not spoken, but they felt allured, as if their souls and lips each other beckoned, which being joined, like swarming bees they clung, their hearts the flowers from whence the honey sprung. They were alone, but not alone as they, who shut in chambers think it loneliness. The silent ocean and the starlight bay, the twilight glow, which momentarily grew less. The voiceless sands and dropping caves that lay around them made them to each press, as if there were no life beneath the sky save theirs, and that their life could never die. They feared no eyes nor ears on that lone beach. They felt no terrors from the night. They were, all in all, to each other. Though their speech was broken words, they thought a language there. In all the burning tongues the passions teach, found in one sigh the best interpreter of nature's oracle, first love. That all with which Eve have left her daughters since her fall. Alas, the love of women. Canto 2. This would be 199 through 204. Alas, the love of women. Alas, the love of women, it is known to be a lovely and fearful thing. For all of theirs upon that die is thrown, and if 'tis lost, life hath no more to bring to them but mockeries of the past alone, and their revenge is as the tiger's spring, deadly and quick and crushing, yet as real torture is theirs. What they inflict, they feel. Ah, thank you, Squeaks. Thank you very much. They are right, for man to man so oft unjust is always so to women. One soul bond awaits them, treachery is all their trust. Taught to conceal, their bursting hearts despond over their idol, till some wealthier lust buys them in marriage. And what rests beyond? A thankless husband next a faithless lover, then dressing, nursing, praying, and all's over. Some take a lover, some take drams or prayers, some mind their household, others dissipation. Some run away and but exchange their cares, losing the advantage of a virtuous station. Few changes ever can better their affairs, theirs being an unnatural situation. From the dull palace to the dirty hovel, some play the devil and then write a novel. Haiti was nature's bride, and knew not this. Haiti was passion's child, born where the sun showers triple light and scorches even the kiss of his gazelle-eyed daughters. She was one made but to love, to feel what she was, to feel that she was his, who was her chosen. What was said or done elsewhere was nothing. She had naught to fear, hope, care, nor love beyond. Her heart beat here. And oh, that quickening of the heart, that beat! How much it costs us! Yet each rising throb is in its cause, as its effect so sweet, that wisdom ever on the watch to rob joy of its alchemy and to repeat. Fine truths, even conscience, too, has a tough job to make us understand each good old maxim, so good. I wonder Castlereagh don't tax 'em. Thank you, Darkos78, for following along. I appreciate it. Welcome in. And now 'twas done. On the lone shore were plighted their hearts, the stars their nuptial torches shed. Beauty upon the beautiful they lighted, ocean their witness and the cave their bed. By their own feelings hallowed and united, their priest was solitude, and they were wed. And they were happy, for to their young eyes each was an angel, and earth paradise. I like that one. From beginning to end, it was really interesting. I like that one. We are still reading through the sections of Don Juan. Those of you that are just stopping by, welcome in. I am Vexicat. I read classic literature, which can be apparently poetry, short stories, scripts, plays, anything. As I've learned from Lord Byron, he covered everything. Thank you, Fami. It was really good. The next one is from Canto 3, stanzas 8 through 11. Marriage and the Muse. Before I get started, friendly reminder, hydrate, caffeinate, snack. I try to do this between chapters, stanzas, cantos, whatever it is. It's been rough because other stories have actual chapters, which is very easy to be like, oh,
Drink
here,
water.
grab a snack.
Become
Stay hydrated. Thank you, Higara. All right. Marriage and the Muse. There's doubtless something in domestic doings, which forms in fact true love's antithesis. Romances paint at full length people's wooings, but only give a bust of marriages. For no one cares for matrimonial cooings. There's nothing wrong in connubial kiss. In a connubial kiss. Think you, if Laura had been Petrarch's wife, he would have written sonnets all his life. Petrarch, side note, Petrarch, amazing poet. Petrarchian sonnets have a very different structure than Shakespearean sonnets. I covered it briefly on Valentine's Day, but he lived his whole life in love of one woman. Petrarch did. Also, amazing philosopher. Side note. Petrarch was in love with this woman, Laura, and he loved her from afar when she turned down. I think he offered marriage to her, but she had, I think, a prearranged marriage or something that prevented her from marrying him. But he lived in longing for the entirety of his life for the love of that one woman. And that doesn't exist. In this day and age, that kind of love doesn't really exist anymore. Anyway, non sequitur. All tragedies are finished by a death. All comedies are ended by a marriage. The future states of both are left to faith, for authors fear description might disparage the worlds to come of both, or fall beneath, and then both worlds would punish their miscarriage. So leaving each their priest and prayer book ready, they say no more of death or of the lady. The only two that in my recollection have sung of heaven and hell or marriage are Dante and Milton, and of both the affection was hapless in their nuptials, for some bar of fault or temper ruined the connection. That's an interesting spelling of that word. Such things, in fact, it don't ask much to mar. But Dante's Beatrice and Milton's Eve were not drawn from their spouses, you conceive. Some persons say that Dante meant theology by Beatrice and not a mistress. I, although my opinion may require apology, deem this a commentator's fantasy. Unless indeed it was from his own knowledge he decided thus and showed good reason why, I think that Dante's more abstruse ecstatics meant to personify the mathematics. That one tickled my brain a little bit. That was interesting. The leaps in linguistics in that one were like, whoa! We went from abstruse ecstatics to personify the mathematics. That was a woo! Interesting. for non-English speakers, I'm so sorry. English is such an interesting language. Um, yeah, filled with all kinds of linguistic tricks of the trade that unless you grow up learning the language, you don't even realize you're doing. Ah, my goodness. Anyway, we are on to Lambros Return, which is in Canto 3. We are at 22, no, 27 through that would be 81. No, 91. Accurate, Squeaks. Very accurate. Hey, Mara, welcome in. Munch, munch, munch. You chewing on the Saturn, I believe? Chewing on the planet? I did not, and honestly, I forgot that was happening today. That was a Nimzo, I think, right? Nimzo was doing a Smasher Pass, and I don't remember who they were doing that with. I did not see it. I take it went well. I can only assume. Saturn. Oh, it does. It is missing its rings. I apologize for not recognizing it. So you're chewing on Saturn. Did you start with the rings first? I bet they were delicious. Some of the things I say, it's just ridiculous to me in hindsight. Ah, they smashed me like the Incredible Hulk. Oh, that was very kind. Lambros Return, Canto 3, 27 through, oh, that's an L, so that'd be 41. Ah, Squeaks. He saw his white walls shining in the sun, his garden trees all shadowy and green. He heard his rivulets light bubbling run, the distant dog bark, and perceived between the umbrage of the wood, so cool and dun, the moving figures and the sparkling sheen of arms in the east, all arm, and various dyes of colored garbs, as bright as butterflies. And as the spot where they appear he nears, surprised at these unwonted signs of idling, he hears, alas, no music of the spheres, but an unhallowed, earthly sound of fiddling, a medley, which made him doubt his ears, the cause being past his guessing or unriddling. A pipe, too, and a drum, and shortly after, a most unoriental roar of laughter. Weird. And still more nearly to the place advancing, descending rather quickly the declivity, though the waved branches over the greensward glancing, midst other indications of festivity, seeing a troop of his domestics dancing, like dervishes, who turn as on a pivot, he perceived it was the Pyrrhic dance so martial, to which the Levantines are very partial. Declivity. A downward slope. That is not what I thought that meant. Descending rather quickly the declivity, the downward slope. Okay, makes sense. And further on, a group of Grecian girls, the first and tallest her white kerchief waving, were strung together like a row of pearls, linked hand in hand and dancing, each two having down her white neck long floating auburn curls, the least of which would set 10 poets raving. Their leaders sang, and bounded to her song with choral step and voice the virgin throng. And here assembled, cross-legged round their trays, small social parties just begun to dine. Peleus and meats of all sorts met the gaze, and flasks of Samian and of Chian wine, and sherbet cooling in the porous face. Above them their dessert grew on its vine. The orange and pomegranate, nodding over, dropped in their laps, scarce plucked their mellow store. A band of children round a snow-white ram there wreathed his venerable horns with flowers, while peaceful as if still an unweaned lamb, the patriarch of the flock all gently cowers, his sober head majestically tame, or cat or eats from out of the palm, or playful lowers his brow as if in act to butt, and then, yielding to their small hands, draws back again. Their classical profiles and glittering dresses, their large black eyes and soft seraphic cheeks, crimson as cleft pomegranates, their long tresses, the gesture which enchants the eye that speaks, the innocence which happy childhood blesses, made quite a picture of these little Greeks, so that the philosophical beholder sighed for their sakes that they should ever grow older. Afar, a dwarf buffoon stood telling tales to a sedate grey circle of old smokers, of secret treasures found in hidden vales, of wonderful replies from Arab jokers, of charms to make good gold and cure bad ales, of rocks bewitched that open to the knockers, of magic ladies who, by one sole act, transformed their lords to beasts. But that's a fact. Here was no lack of innocent diversion for the imagination or the senses, song, dance, wine, music, stories from the Persian, all pretty pastimes in which no offense is. But Lambro saw all these things with aversion, perceiving in his absence such expenses, dreading that climax of all human ills, the inflammation of his weekly bills. I mean, that sounds like quite a party. It would be rather expensive, I suppose. Ah, what is man? What perils still environ the happiest mortals even after dinner, a day of gold from out an age of iron? Is all that life allows the luckiest sinner. Pleasure. Whenever she sings, at least a siren that lures to flay alive the young beginner. Lambro's reception at his people's banquet was such as fire accords to a wet blanket. He, being a man who seldom used a word too much and wishing gladly to surprise, in general he surprised men with the sword. His daughter had not sent before to advise of his arrival, so that no one stirred, and long he paused to reassure his eyes, in fact much more astonished than delighted to find so much good company invited. He did not know, alas, how men will lie, that a report, especially the Greeks, avouched his death. Such people never die, and put his house in mourning several weeks. But now their eyes and also lips were dry. The bloom too had returned to Hades' cheeks, her tears too being returned into their fount. She now kept house upon her own account. Hence, all this rice, meat, dancing, wine, and fiddling, which turned the isle into a place of pleasure. The servants all were getting drunk or idling, a life which made them happy beyond measure. Welcome in, Spammer. That's not a very reassuring name, Spammer. Her father's hospitality seemed middling, compared with what Haiti did with his treasure. 'Twas wonderful how things went on improving, while she had not 1 hour to spare from loving. Perhaps, you think, in stumbling on this feast, he flew into a passion, and in fact, there was no mighty reason to be pleased. Perhaps perhaps you prophesy some sudden act, the whip, the rack, or dungeon at the least, to teach his people to be more exact, and that proceeding a very high rate, he showed the royal penchants of a pirate. Pirate, yar. Ah, I'm thinking back to Treasure Island. That was such an amazing book that I read. Yeah, non sequitur again. We are kind of in between sections. So Spammer or anybody else that's just stopping by, just so that you're aware, between chapters, I try to remind people: hydrate, caffeinate, stretch, like I'm about to. Muppet Treasure Island is the definitive version, true, but I also say that I think, what was the one with Jim Hawkins in space? Wasn't Treasure Island. It was that animated one where they were in space and he was, oh gosh, my poor brain. There's so much up there sometimes. Treasure Planet. That's the one. Images. There we go. 10 out of 10. Phenomenal movie. It's Treasure Island in space. All the same names, all the same characters. Everybody's the good, the bad, Blackbeard, all that jazz. 10 out of 10. Yes, Treasure Planet. Thank you. We are on to Haiti again. Canto 3. This is after, I'm sure, she got a... Oh no, I didn't finish that last one. I got so distracted I didn't finish the canto. You're wrong. He was the mildest mannered man that ever scuttled ship or cut a throat. With such true breeding of a gentleman, you never could divine his real thought. No courtier could, and scarcely woman can, gird more deceit within a petticoat. Pity, he loved adventurous life's variety. He was so great a loss to good society. Interesting. So we are on to Haiti again. Of all the dresses, I select Hades. Oh yeah, 10 out of 10. Don't distract me now, woman. Of all the dresses, I select Hades. She wore 2 jalics. One was of pale yellow, of azure, pink, and white was her chemise. Chemise? Chemise? I think. Chemise. Neath which her breast heaved like a little billow, with buttons formed of pearls as large as peas. All gold and crimson shone her jalics fellow, and the striped white gauze berakin that bound her, like fleecy clouds about the moon, flowed round her. One large gold bracelet clasped each lovely arm, lockless, so pliable from the pure gold that the hand stretched and shut it without harm, the limb which it adorned its only mold. So beautiful. Its very shape would charm, and clinging as if loath to lose its hold, the purest ore enclosed the whitest skin that ever by precious metal was held in. Around as princess of her father's land. A light gold bar above her instep rolled, announced her rank. 12 rings were on her hand, her hair was starred with gems, her veil's fine fold. Below her breast was fastened with a band of lavish pearls whose worth could scarce be told. Her orange silk, full Turkish trousers furled about the prettiest ankle in the world. The prettiest ankle in the world. And oh my. Her hair's long auburn waves down to her heel flowed like an alpine torrent, which the sun dyes with his morning light and would conceal. Her person, if allowed at large to run, and still they seemed resentful to feel the silken fillets curb, fillets? No, there's 2 L's. The silken fillets curb, and sought to shun their bonds whenever some zephyr caught began to offer his young pinion too, as her fan. Round her she made an atmosphere of life. The very air seemed lighter from her eyes. They were so soft and beautiful and rife with all we could imagine of the skies. As pure as Psyche, ere she grew a wife. Too pure even for the purest human ties. Her overpowering presence made you feel it would not be idolatry to kneel. Her eyelashes, though dark as night, were tinged, it is the country's custom, but in vain, for those large black eyes were so blackly fringed, the glossy rebels mocked the jetty stain, and in their native beauty stood avenged. Her nails were touched with henna, but again the power of art was turned to nothing, for they could not look more rosy than before. The henna should be deeply dyed to make the skin relieved. The skin relieved appeared more fairly fair. She had no need of this. Day never will break on mountain tops more heavenly white than her. The eye might doubt it if it were well awake. She was so like a vision I might err. But Shakespeare also says 'tis very silly to gild refined gold or paint the lily. Juan had on a shawl of black and gold, but a white baracan, and so transparent the sparkling gems beneath you might behold, like small stars, through the Milky Way apparent. His turban furled in many a graceful fold, an emerald agate with Hades' hair in it. Surmounted as its clasp a glowing crescent, whose rays shone ever trembling but incessant. He's popping off, honestly. Great words here. The next one is the Isles of Greece. The Isles of Greece, the Isles of Greece, where burning Sappho loved and sung, where grew the arts of war and peace, where Delros rose and Phoebus sprung. Eternal summer gilds them yet, but all except their sun is set. The Cean and the Tian muse, the hero's harp, the lover's lute, have found the fame your shores refuse, their place of birth alone is mute. To sounds which echo further west than your sire's islands of the blest. The mountains look on Marathon, and Marathon looks on the sea, and musing there an hour alone, I dreamed that Greece might still be free, for standing on the Persian's grave, I could not deem myself a slave. A king sate on the rocky brow, which looks over sea-born Salamis, and ships by thousands lay below, and men and nations all were his. He counted them at break of day, and when the sun set, where were they? And where were they? And where art thou, my country? On thy voiceless shore the heroic lay is tuneless now. A heroic bosom beats no more, and must thy lyre, so long divine, degenerate into hands like mine? 'Tis something, in the dearth of fame, though linked among a fettered race, to feel at least a patriot's shame, even as I sing, suffuse my face. For what is left the poet here? For Greeks a blush, for Greece a tear. Must we but weep over days more blessed? Must we but blush? Our fathers bled. Earth, render back from out thy breast a remnant of our Spartan dead. Of the 300 grant but 3 to make a new Thermopylae. What? Silent still, and silent all. Ah, no! The voices of the dead sound like a distant torrent's fall, and answer, let one living head. But one arise. We come, 'tis but the living who are dumb. In vain, strike other chords. Fill high the cup with Samian wine, leave battles to the Turkish hordes, and shed the blood of Scio's vine. Hark! Rising to the ignoble call, how answers each bold bacchanal. You have the Pyrrhic dance as yet. Where is the Pyrrhic phalanx gone? Of two such lessons, why forget the nobler and the manlier one? You have the letters Cadmus gave. Think ye he meant them for a slave? Fill high the bowl with Samian wine. We will not think of themes like these. It made Anacreon's song divine. He served, but served Polycrates, a tyrant, but our masters then were still at least our countrymen. The tyrant of the Chersonese? Oh my goodness. Okay. I think he's just doing this to confuse me. Chersonese, I'm guessing. A peninsula. Okay, that's Chersonese. Okay. The tyrant of the Chersonese was freedom's best and bravest friend. That tyrant was Miltiades. Ah, my goodness. That tyrant was Miltiades. Oh, that the present hour would lend another despot of the kind, such chains as his were sure to bind. Fill high the bowl with Samian wine on Suli's rock and Parga's shore. Exists the remnant of a line such as the Doric mothers bore, and there, perhaps, some seed is sown the Heraclidian blood might own. Trust not for freedom to the Franks. They have a king who buys and sells in native swords and native ranks. The only hope of courage dwells, but Turkish force and Latin fraud would break your shield, and however broad. Fill high the bowl with Samian wine, our virgins dance beneath the shade. I see their glorious black eyes shine, but gazing on each glowing maid, my own the burning teardrop laves, to think such breasts have suckled slaves. I hope that doesn't get me in trouble. Place me on Sunium's marbled steep, where nothing save the waves and I may hear our mutual murmurs weep. May our mutual murmurs sweep. Therefore, swan-like let me sing and die, a land of slaves shall never be mine. Dash down yon cup of Samian wine. Out here bunking me, zabunk. Yeah, I agree with you, Fami. Modern literature doesn't have this depth of I
Don't
don't
forget
know,
to stretch.
culture, history, passion. Well, I don't even know where to start. Yes. Stretch. Stretch. Everybody stretch. Big stretch. Yeah, that's the one. Ooh, gotta love it. My old bones are cracking. Whew. My
Drink
shoulder.
water. Become
Okay, I'll hydrate. Me. Yes, okay, we're good. So we are on to great names. Oh man. This is gonna be filled with words that I can't say probably. No, I think we're okay. I think we'll be okay. I will do my best. Yes, that was actually my shoulder cracking. Yes, full of big crackly bones. Great names. Canto 3. This would be 50 plus 30 plus 8, so 88 through 10 less than 100, so 94. But words are things, and a small drop of ink falling like dew upon a thought produces that which makes thousands, perhaps millions, think. 'Tis strange the shortest letter which man uses instead of speech may form a lasting link of ages. To what straits old time reduces frail man when paper, even a rag like this, survives himself his tomb and all that's his. And when his bones are dust, his grave a blank, his station, generation, even his nation, become a thing or nothing save to rank in chronological commemoration. Some dull MS oblivion long has sank, or graven stone found in a barrack station, and digging the foundation of a closet, may turn his name up as a rare deposit. And glory long has made the sages smile. 'Tis something, nothing, words, illusion, wind, depending more upon the historian's style than on the name a person leaves behind. Troy owes to Homer what whist owes to Hoyle. The present century was growing blind to the great Marlborough's skill in giving knocks, until his late life by Archdeacon Cox. Milton's the price of poets, so we say, a little heavy, but no less divine, an independent being in his day, learned, pious, temperate in love and wine. But his life falling into Johnson's way, we're told this great high priest of all the nine was whipped at college, a harsh sire, odd spouse, for the first Mrs. Milton left his house. All these are, certes, entertaining facts, like Shakespeare's stealing dear Lord Bacon's bribes, like Titus' youth and Caesar's earliest acts, like Burns, whom Dr. Curie well describes, like Cromwell's pranks. But although truth exacts these amiable descriptions from the scribes as most essential to their hero's story, they do not much contribute to his glory. All are not moralists. The Southey, when he prated to the world of Pantocracy, or Wordsworth unexcised, unhired, who then seasoned his peddler poems with democracy, or Coleridge, long before his flighty pen let to the Morning Post its aristocracy, when he and Southey, following the same path, espoused two partners, milliners of Bath. Such names at present cut a convict figure, the very Botany Bay in moral geography, their loyal treason, renegado rigor, are good manure for their more bare biography. Wordsworth last quarto, by the way, is bigger than any since the birthday of topography. A drowsy, frowsy poem called The Excursion, writ in a manner which is my aversion. This man is savage. My goodness. Okay. Wordsworth, Canto 3, 98 through 100. We learn from Horace, Homer sometimes sleeps. We feel without him, Wordsworth sometimes wakes. To show with what complacence. Oh. My goodness. I have two husky mixes in my house, singing the songs of their people, the lamentation of their women, the purging of their familial lines. Yep. Yeah, awoo. Awoo. Ah, huskies. They do like to speak so. Give me a minute. I'll just get them sorted out, and I'm due for an ad break, and then hopefully we can finish the remainder of this book. So, thank you for your patience. I will be right back after I go find out what has gotten them so riled up and use the restroom because I keep drinking water and it's starting to go right through me. Fun times. Okay, I will be right back. Oh, every time I hear that music, it is so hard to like not just enjoy it and sit there and listen to it. I think they are calmed for now. The postman was very courteous when dropping off my package, so that was very nice that despite the howling of many like a mob of dog is chill. Yeah. They chilled out after he left, but we're okay now. We are on to Ave Maria, Canto 3. To our tale. Let's see, Canto 3, that would be 101 through 109 stanzas. To our tale. The feast was over, the slaves gone, the dwarves and dancing girls had all retired. The Arab lore and poet's song were done, and every sound of revelry expired. The lady and her lover, left alone, the rosy flood of twilight sky admired. Ave Maria, over the earth and sea, the heavenliest hour of heaven is worthiest thee. Ave Maria, blessed be the hour, the time, the clime, the spot, where I so oft have felt the moment in its fullest power. Sink over the earth so beautiful and soft, while swung the deep bell in the distant tower, or the faint dying day hymn stole aloft, and not a breath crept through the rosy air, and yet the forest leaves seemed stirred with prayer. Ave Maria, 'tis the hour of prayer. Ave Maria, 'tis the hour of love. Ave Maria, may our spirits dare look up to thine and to thy sons above. Ave Maria, oh that face so fair, those downcast eyes beneath the almighty dove. What though 'tis but a pictured image strike? That painting is no idol, 'tis too like. Some kinder casuists are pleased to say, in nameless print, that I have no devotion, but set those persons down with me to pray, and you shall see who has the properest notion of getting into heaven the shortest way. My altars are the mountains and the ocean, earth, air, stars, all that springs from the great whole, who hath produced and will receive the soul. Sweet hour of twilight, in the solitude of the pine forest and the silent shore, which bounds Ravenna's immemorial wood, rooted where once the Adrian wave flowed over, to where the last Caesarian fortress stood, evergreen forest, which Boccaccio's lore and Dryden's lay made haunted ground to me. How have I loved the twilight of hour and thee, the shrill cicalas? The shrill cicalas, people of the pine, making their summer lives one ceaseless song, where the sole echo save my steeds and mine, and vesper bells that rose the boughs along, the spectre huntsman of honesty's line. His hell dogs, and their chase, and the fair throng, which learned from this example not to fly from a true lover, shadowed my mind's eye. O Hesperus, thou bringest all good things home to the weary, to the hungry cheer, to the young bird the parent's brooding wings, the welcome stall to the overlabored steer. Whatever of peace about our hearthstone clings, whatever our household gods protect of dear, are gathered round us by the look of rest. Thou bringest the child too to the mother's breast. Soft hour, which wakes the wish and melts the heart of those who sail the seas on the first day, when they from their sweet friends are torn apart, or fills with love the pilgrim on his way. As the far bell of vesper makes him start, seeming to weep the dying day's decay, is this a fancy which our reason scorns? Ah, surely nothing dies but something mourns. When Nero perished by the justest doom, which ever the destroyer yet destroyed, amidst the roar of liberated Rome, of nations freed and the world overjoyed, some hands unseen strewed flowers upon his tomb. Perhaps the weakness of a heart not void of feeling the same kindness done when power had left the wretch uncorrupted hour. This next one is called Troy, Canto 4. This is 76 through 78. There, on the green and village codded hill, is, flanked by the Hellespont and by the seas, entombed the bravest of the brave Achilles. They say so. Bryant says the contrary. And further downward, tall and towering still, is the tumulus, of whom, heaven knows, it may be Patroclus, Ajax, or Protestius. Oh my gosh, these words. Protestius. All heroes who, if living still, would slay us. High barrows, without marble or a name, a vast untilled and mountain-skirted plain, and Ida in the distance, still the same, and old Scarmander, if 'tis he, remain. The situation seems still formed for fame. 100,000 men might fight again, with ease. But where I sought for Ilion's walls, the quiet sheep feeds and the tortoise crawls. Troops of untended horses, here and there some little hamlets, with new names uncouth. Some shepherds, unlike Paris, led to stare a moment at the European youth, whom to the spot their schoolboy feelings bear, a Turk with beads in hand and pipe in mouth, extremely taken with his own religion, are what I found there, but the devils of Phrygian. I don't know if that's how you say that. Phrygian. Okay. Extremely taken with his own religion are what I found there, but the devils of Phrygian. The more you know. Life. Canto 7, stanza 1 through 6, and Canto 15, 99. Interesting. Life. O love, O glory, what are you who fly around us ever, rarely to alight? There's not a meteor in the polar sky of such transcendent and more fleeting flight. Chill and chained to cold earth, we lift on high our eyes in search of either lovely light. 1,000 and 1,000 colors they assume, then leave us on our freezing way. And such as they are, such my present tale is, a nondescript and ever-varying rhyme of versified aurora borealis, which flashes over a waste and icy clime. When we know what all are, we must bewail us. But nevertheless, I hope it is no crime to laugh at all things, for I wish to know what, after all, are all things but a show. They accuse me, the present writer of the present poem, of I know not what, a tendency to underrate and scoff at human power and virtue and all that, and this they say in language rather rough. Good God! I wonder what they would be at. I say no more than hath been said in Dante's verse and by Solomon and by Cervantes, by Swift, by Machiavel, by Rofocult. Rocult. I don't know how to say that. Rochefoucault. Rochefoucault. Hmm. Foul cult? No, I say it's okay. We're, it's a dude. By Swift, by Machiavel, by Rochefoucault, by Fenelon, by Luther, and by Plato, by Tilston, and Wesley and Rousseau, who knew this life was not worth a potato. 'Tis not their fault, nor mine, if this be so. For my part, I pretend not to be a Cato, nor even Diogenes. We live and die, but which is best, you know no more than I. Socrates said, our only knowledge was to know that nothing could be known. A pleasant is a pleasant science enough which levels to an ass, each man of wisdom future, past, or present. Newton, what a proverb of the mind, alas! Declared with all his grand discoveries recent that he himself felt only like a youth, picking up shells by the green ocean. Truth. I agree. Potatoes are undervalued and underappreciated. They're the very foundation of the Irish diet. They're important. Ecclesiastes said that all is vanity. Most modern preachers say the same or show it by their examples of true Christianity. In short, all know or very soon may know it, and in this scene of all confessed inanity, by saint, by sage, by preacher, and by poet, must I restrain me through the fear of strife, from holding up the nothingness of life. This next part is Canto 15, stanza 99. Between two worlds life hovers like a star, twixt night and morn upon the horizon's verge. How little do we know that which we are, how less what we may be. The eternal surge of time and tide rolls on, and bears afar our bubbles, as the old burst, new emerge, lashed from the foam of ages, while the graves of empires heave, but like some passing waves. Wellington. Canto 9, 1 through 10. O Wellington, or Villington, for fame sounds like the heroic syllables both ways. France could not even conquer your great name, but punned it down to this facetious phrase. Beating or beaten, she will laugh the same. You have obtained great pensions and much praise. Glory like yours should any dare gainsay, humanity would rise and thunder, nay. I don't think that you used Kinnaird quite well. Kinnaird. I don't think that you used Kinnaird quite well in Marinette's affair. In fact, 'twas shabby, and like some other things won't do to tell, upon your tomb in Westminster's old abbey. Upon the rest 'tis not worth while to dwell, such tales being for the tea hours of some tabby. But though your years as man tend fast to 0, in fact your grace is still but a young hero. Though Britain owes, and pays you too, so much, yet Europe doubtless owes you greatly more. You have repaired legitimacy's crutch, a prop not quite so certain as before. The Spanish and the French, as well as Dutch, have seen and felt how strongly you restore. And Waterloo has made the world your debtor. I wish your bards would sing it rather better. You are the best of cutthroats. Do not start. The phrase is Shakespeare's and not misapplied. War's a brain-spattering, windpipe-slitting art, unless her cause by right be sanctified. If you have acted once a generous part, the world, not the world's masters, will decide. And I shall be delighted to learn who, save you and yours, have gained by Waterloo. I am no flatterer. I am no flatterer. You've supped full of flattery. They say you like it, too. 'Tis no great wonder. He whose whole life has been assault and battery, at last may get a little tired of thunder, and swallowing eulogy much more than satire, he may like being praised for every lucky blunder. Called Saviour of the nations, not yet saved, and Europe's liberator, still enslaved. I've done. Now go and dine from off the plate presented by the Prince of the Brazils, and send the sentinel before your gate a slice or two from your luxurious meals. He fought, but has not fed so well of late. Some hunger too, they say, the people feels. There is no doubt that you deserve your ration, but pray give back a little to the nation. I don't mean to reflect. A man so great as you, my Lord Duke, is far above reflection. The high Roman fashion, too, of Cincinnatus, with modern history has but small connection. Though, as an Irishman, you love potatoes, you need not take them under your direction. And 500,000 for your Sabin farm is rather dear. I'm sure I mean no harm. Great men have always scorned great recompenses. Epaminondas. Oh my God. Epaminondas. Who? This guy? Epaminondas. Okay. I've already forgotten. Epaminino. All right, how do we say it, though? Oh, fun. Epaminondas. Epaminondas. Okay. I wouldn't have assumed that was Greek. Epaminondas saved his Thebes and died, not leaving even his funeral expenses. George Washington had thanks and naught beside, except the all-cloudless glory, which few men's is. To free his country, Pitt, too, had his pride, and as a high-souled minister of state is renowned for ruining Great Britain gratis. Never had mortal man such opportunity except Napoleon, or abused it more. Ye might have freed fallen Europe from the unity of tyrants and been blessed from shore to shore. And now, what is your fame? Shall the muse tune it ye? Now that the rabble's first vain shouts are over, go, hear it in your famished country's cries, behold the world and curse your victories. I agree. ancient Greek was throwing letters together in very unusual ways, and some of the letters were unique unto themselves, phonetically. As these new cantos touch on warlike feats, to you, the unflattering muse deigns to inscribe truths that you will not read in the gazettes, but which 'tis time to teach the hireling tribe, who fatten on their country's gore and debts, must be recited, and without a bribe. You did great things, but not being great in mind, have left undone the greatest and mankind. Hey, Starfina. I like your emote, the cute little fox. London. Canto 10. This would be 81 through 87. The sun went down and the smoke rose up as from a half-unquenched volcano over a space which well beseemed the devil's drawing room, as some have qualified that wondrous place. But Juan felt, though not approaching home, as one who, though he were not of the race, revered the soil of those true sons the mother who butchered half the earth and bullied the other. Ah, thank you. A mighty mass of brick and smoke and shipping, dirty and dusky, but as wide as eye could reach, with here and there a sail just skipping in sight, then lost amidst the forestry of masts. A wilderness of steeples peeping on tiptoe through their sea-coal canopy. A huge dun cupola like a foolscap crown on a fool's head. And there is London town. But Juan saw not this. Each wreath of smoke appeared to him but a magic vapor, but as the magic vapor of some alchemic furnace, from whence broke the wealth of worlds, a wealth of tacks and paper. The gloomy clouds, which over it as a yoke are bowed and put the sun out like a taper, were nothing but the natural atmosphere, extremely wholesome, though but rarely clear. He paused, and so will I, as doth a crew before they give their broadside, by and by. My gentle countrymen, he will renew our old acquaintance, and at least I'll try to tell you truths you will not take as true, because they are so. A male Mrs. Fry, with a soft bosom, will I sweep your halls and brush a web or two from off the walls. Teach them the decencies, teach them the decencies of good 80. No. Sorry. Bear with me. Oh, Mrs. Fry, why go to Newgate? Why preach to poor rogues, and wherefore not begin with Carlton or with other houses? Try your hand at hardened and imperial sin, to mend the people's an absurdity, a jargon, a mere philanthropic din, unless you make their betters better. Fie! I thought you had more religion, Mrs. Fry. Teach them the decencies of good 80. Cure them of Tours, Hussar, and Highland dresses. Tell them that youth once gone returns no more, that hired huzzas redeem no land's distresses. Tell them that Sir William Curtis is a bore, too dull even for the dullest of excesses. The witless Falstaff of a hoary Hal, a fool whose bells have ceased to ring at all. Tell them, though it may be perhaps too late, on life's worn confine, jaded, bloated, sated, to set up vain pretense of being great, 'tis not so to be good, and be it sated. The worthiest kings have ever loved least state, and tell them. But you won't. and I have prated, just now enough. But by and by I'll prattle like Roland's horn in Roncesvalles battle. Roncesvalles battle. Byron and his contemporaries. Canto 11, 53 through 58. Juan knew several languages. As well he might, and brought them up with skill in time to save his fame with each accomplished belle, who still regretted that he did not rhyme there wanted but this requisites to swell his qualities with them into sublime. Lady Fitzfrisky and Miss Mavia Manish both longed extremely to be sung in Spanish. However, he did pretty well, and was admitted as aspirant to all the coteries and as in Banquo's class. At great assemblies or in parties small, he saw 10,000 living authors pass, that being about their average numeral, also the 80 greatest living poets, as every paltry magazine can show it. In twice 5 years, the greatest living poet, like to the champion in the fisty ring, is called on to support his claim or show it, although 'tis an imaginary thing. Even I, albeit I'm sure I did not know it, nor sought of foolscap subjects to be king, was reckoned a considerable time the great Napoleon of the realms of rhyme. But one was my Moscow and Faliero, my Leipzig and my Mont Saint Jean. Mont Saint John seems Cain, la belle alliance of dunces down at zero. Now that the lion's fallen may rise again, but I will fall at least as fell my hero, nor reign at all, or as a monarch reign, or to some lonely isle of gaolers go, with turncoat Southey for my turnkey low. Sir Walter reigned before me, Moore and Campbell before and after, but now grown more holy, the muses upon Sion's hill must ramble. With poets most clergymen or holy, and Pegasus has a psalmodic amble, beneath the very reverend Rowley Powley, who shoes the glorious animal with stilts, a modern ancient pistol by the hilts. Still, he excels that artificial hard, laborers in the same vineyard, though the vine yields him but vinegar for his reward, that neutralized dull Doris of the Nine. That swarthy Sporus, neither man nor bard, that ox-averse who ploughs for every line. Cambyses roaring, Romans beat at least, the howling Hebrews of Cybele's priest. Then there's my gentle Euphuse, who, they say, sets up for being a sort of moral me. He'll find it rather difficult some day to turn out both or either, it may be. Some persons think that Coleridge hath the sway, and Wordsworth has supporters 2 or 3, and that deep-mouthed Boeotian savage Landor has taken for a swan a rogue Southey's gander. John Keats, who was killed off by one critique, just as he really promised something great, if not intelligible without Greek, contrived to talk about the gods of late, much as they might have been supposed to speak. Poor fellow! His was an untoward fate. 'Tis strange the mind, that fiery particle, should let itself be snuffed out by an article. The list grows long of live and dead pretenders to that which none will gain, or none will know. The conqueror, at least, who ere time renders his last award, will have the long grass grow above his burnt-out brain, and sapless cinders, if I might augur, I should rate but low their chances. They're too numerous, like the 30 mock tyrants when Rome's annals waxed but dirty. This is the literary lower empire, where the praetorian bands take up the matter, a dreadful trade, like his who gathers samphire. The insolent soldiery to soothe and flatter with the same feelings as you'd coax a vampire. Now, were I once at home and in good satire, I'd try conclusions with those Janizaries. I'd try conclusions with those Janizaries and show them what an intellectual war is. I think I know a trick or two would turn their flanks, but it is hardly worth my while with such small gear to give myself concern. Indeed, I've not the necessary bile. My natural tempers really aught but stern, and even my muse's worst reproofs a smile. And then she drops a brief and modern curtsy, and glides away, assured she never hurts ye. Okay. Oh man. Carpe diem. This, I think there's a, yep, that we're in the thick of it here. Just the last little bit. Carpe diem, Canto 1182 through 86. He really was a catty bitch. Lord Byron, aka Catty Bitch. It's got a ring to it. If I ever write about him myself, I'll make sure to quote that. Carpe diem, Canto 11, 32 through 36. Talk not of 70 years as age. In 7 I have seen more changes down from monarchs to the humblest individual under heaven than might suffice a moderate century through. I knew that naught was lasting, but now even change grows too changeable without being new. Naught's permanent among the human race, except the wigs not getting into place. I have seen Napoleon, who seemed quite a Jupiter, shrink to a Saturn. I have seen a duke, no matter which, turn politician stupider. If that can well be, then his wooden look. But it is time that I should hoist my blue Peter and sail for a new theme. I have seen, and shook to see it, the king hissed and then caressed, but don't pretend to settle which was best. I have seen the landholders without a rap. I have seen Joanna Southcote. I have seen the House of Commons turned to a tax trap. I have seen that sad affair of the late Queen. I have seen crowns worn instead of a fool's cap. I have seen a Congress doing all that's mean. I have seen some nations like overloaded asses kick off their burthens, meaning the high classes. Low-key, take this in, maybe absorb it like a sponge. Maybe we need to overthrow. Just neither here nor there. I have seen small poets and great prosers and interminable, right, overloaded asses. I have seen small poets and great prosers and interminable, not eternal, speakers. I have seen the funds at war with house and land. I have seen the country gentlemen turn speakers. I have seen the people ridden over like sand by slaves on horseback. I have seen malt liquors exchanged for thin potations by John Bull. I have seen John half detect himself a fool. But carpe diem, one, carpe, carpe. Tomorrow sees another race as gay and transient and devoured by the same harpy. Life's a poor player. Then play out the play, ye villains. and above all, keep a sharp eye, much less on what you do than what you say. Be hypocritical, be cautious. Be hypocritical, be cautious, be not what you seem, but always what you see. There's some modern application to that poem, I feel. I agree. Overloaded asses, it might be the new nomer by which we call politicians. I think that would be a good. Mwah. It's got a nice little mouthfeel. Overloaded asses. I agree. This is the last one. I promise you this. A ruined abbey. This is Canto 13, 56 through math. 64? 56 through 64. No. Yes. Okay. It stood embosomed in a happy valley, crowned by high woodlands where the druid oak stood like a Caractacus, in act to rally his host, with broad arms against the thunderstroke. And from beneath his boughs were seen to sally the dappled foresters as day awoke. The branching stag swept down with all his herd to quaff a brook which murmured like a bird. Before the mansion lay a lucid lake, broad as transparent, deep and freshly fed by a river, which its softened way did take in currents through the calmer water spread. Around the wildfowl nestled in the brake, and sedges, brooding in their liquid bed, the woods sloped downwards to its brink and stood, with their green faces fixed upon the flood. Its outlet dashed into a deep cascade, sparkling with foam until again subsiding, its shriller echoes, like an infant made quiet, sank into softer ripples gliding into a rivulet, and thus allayed, pursued its course, now gleaming and now hiding its windings through the woods, now clear, now blue, according as the skies their shadows threw. A glorious remnant of the Gothic pile, while yet the church was Rome's, stood half apart, in a grand arch which once screened many an aisle. These last had disappeared, a loss to art. The first yet frowned superbly over the soil, and kindled feelings in the roughest heart, which mourned the power of time's or tempest march, and gazing on the venerable arch. Within a niche, nigh to its pinnacle, 12 saints had once stood sanctified in stone, but these had fallen, not when the friars fell, but in the war which struck Charles from his throne. When each house was a fortalice, as tell the annals of full many a line undone, the gallant cavaliers who fought in vain for those who knew not to resign or reign. But in the higher niches, alone but crowned, the Virgin Mother of the God-born child, with her Son in her blessed arms, looked round, spared by some chance when all beside was spoiled. Some made the earth below seem holy ground. This may be superstition, weak or wild. But even the faintest relics of a shrine of any worship wake some thoughts divine. A mighty window, hollow in the center, shorn of its glass of 1,000 colorings, through which the deepened glories once could enter, streaming from off the sun like seraphs' wings. Now yawns all desolate, now loud, now fainter. The gale sweeps through its fretwork and oft sings the owl his anthem, where the silence choir lie with their hallelujahs quenched like fire. But in the noontide of the moon, and when the wind is winged from one point of heaven, there moans a strange, unearthly sound, which then is musical, a dying ascent driven through the huge arch which soars and sinks again. Some deem it but the distant echo given back to the night wind by the waterfall, and harmonized by the old coral wall. Others, the original shape or form, shaped by decay perchance, hath given the power, though less than that of Memnon's statue warm, in Egypt's rays, to a harp at a fixed hour, to this grey ruin with a voice to charm, sad but serene. It sweeps over tree or tower, the cause I know not, nor can solve, but such the fact. I have heard it, once perhaps too much. That, everyone, is the end of dear Lord Byron's selected poetry. There's a lot to reflect there. I think he was a man, you know, he he was part of the House of Commons. He wrote profusely deep and interesting poetry, some satire, some profoundly passion filled, you know. I think in all of his words, in all of his thoughts, he put so much of himself into his poetry. He really brought forth so much enrichment to my lives and the lives of you, my listeners, in just the way he phrased things, the words that he chose, the things that he gave of himself to us, the future readers, right? Because this, if we go to the very beginning, sorry, I have an ugly version of the book to read from, because that was what I had access to. Like this version that I read from was printed in England at the Oxford University. And this was produced, I think, in 1913 and reprinted in 1923. This collection, George Gordon Lord Byron, his words have surpassed a century, 2 centuries past his death. I mean, he had such a short life. At 30, he passed away at 36. I'm turning 40 tomorrow. I have far surpassed Lord Byron in life, but I have not written with such eloquence or brought forth such verbose feelings of passion through my writing that this man has. It makes me want to take pen to page and write again and again and write of my own poetry. Notwithstanding, maybe a future day I will be a verbose poet, that I can write things that stir the hearts of mankind. We shall see. With that, dear listeners, it was a beautiful book full of words that touched our hearts. Yes, deeply fulfilling the soul. This is what reading does to one. Aw, thank you, Squeaks. Yeah. Good lesson there. You don't have to be Lord Byron to put your heart to someone you love. I agree. I do think that through writing, we're able to reach perhaps deeper complexities, which is why art, poetry, music, stories, plays, things of a creative nature, um, for good or ill, if if they make you feel, they're good, right? You can see something and feel nothing, and that isn't good artwork. Now, artwork doesn't have to be pretty, like, things don't have to be pretty. They can speak of war, they can speak of violence, they can famine and sadness and dark things. They can speak of beautiful things like joy and happiness and birth and butterflies on wing and flowers in fields. And those things are beautiful to us, but they enrich us by making us feel. If you feel nothing, then at best, it's average. At worst, it's terrible. Welcome in, Erexol. I'm guessing that's Erexol with ER3XE. I'm guessing. Welcome in. Anyway, I have waxed loquaciously on Lord Byron. I loved it. It was a little rough on me at times, both in the sheer variety of languages and words and names, from Greek, Italian, French, even, Old English words. But notwithstanding, amazing author. Highly recommend to each of you to look into his other works if you're into reading. Otherwise, if you haven't already seen the previous 6 episodes in this section, this 1 through 7 of Lord Byron, feel free to check those out if you want to catch more of his work. Let's find someone wonderful to go visit. I do believe my friend Impy is on. It'd be nice to go dive into their stream. Gaming, Minecraft. Minecraft would be kind of chill. I don't know that we're up for Helldivers right now. Bargist is doing art. Jimbly is doing art. Lots of good people. Dear Sino is doing Baldur's Gate. That would be a pretty chill stream to go into as well. Let's go ahead and visit my dear friend Sino, who, if you haven't seen, let's see, 1 second. Boopity boop. This is, bear with me a sec.
Check out my chat TTS by Sino.
Yes. So this lovely little talking tiger was designed by Sino, and then I'm using BikuBot to animate him, and a nested scene and blah 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 technical jargon that I barely understand, and I couldn't even begin to explain. But let's go visit my friend Sino.
Don't forget to stretch!
You got it. I will definitely do that. And do that right now. That's a good idea. Ugh. Okay.
Drink water. Become moist.
I should actually record that audio line and replace it with my voice saying that. Just, I don't know, it'd be funnier to me. All right. Gird your loins! We're gonna go do Baldur's Gate with Sino. So, okay. Yeah. All right. Hello.